and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of a bit of a replay cast, something different. HomeStory Cup number 24, Group B. I'm of course your site VIP, and I hope you've all been having a great end of year, a great holiday. Happy holidays, of course. Merry Christmas if you do celebrate it, and it has been pretty intense end of year as well. We just wrapped up with all the Masters Coliseum qualifiers. If you were here for it, we spent an entire week going over all those qualifiers. They are now wrapped up, and Masters Coliseum will be commencing next year. Next year, January 13th is going to be when the Masters Coliseum does begin. But until January 13th, a lot of events are going on hiatus. A lot of events are going to be taking a bit of a break here to, you know, enjoy the new year and to celebrate. But we don't do we don't do that here, Pap. You don't do that here. Now that we have a couple of free days, we can catch up on some replays. Now, there are a couple of big things coming up here, I guess, when it comes to replay coverage. If you recall, we missed out and we didn't get to cast ESL Open Cup Americas this week. ESL Open Cup Americas, we weren't able to cover it because we were actually casting the Masters Coliseum NA qualifiers. We were covering players like Trigger and Estrella, Special, Kelazar, Future, of the like. So we were busy covering that. Because of that, we missed out on ESL Open Cup Americas, which means on Sunday we will be having a replay cast covering all those matches in that tournament that we did miss. Technically, we should have done that today, but I forgot. I mean, I say I forgot. I didn't have the replays available, but I did get them after we had already kind of set up the calendar and set up the event and all that stuff. But so on Sunday, we will be going over ESL Open Cup Americas, the event that we did miss a couple of days ago, like 2 days ago. Meanwhile, talking about events that we've missed, HomeStory Cup. HomeStory Cup, the group stage, is something that we did start covering a couple of weeks ago. We covered all of Group A. That's 2 weeks ago at this point, and we are here to cover Group B. And eventually Group C, and then Group D. That'll probably be in January as well. Again, leading up to January 13th, we do have some free days available, specifically Wednesdays and Thursdays. Every other day we have casting to do, but specifically Wednesdays, Thursdays, and I think Sundays as well. A little bit of Sundays. But yeah, we have a couple of free days available, so we are going to be filling those days up with replay coverage of things like HomeStory Cup. The other big one is ESL Masters Winter, the open stage. We were live casting the open stage, but if you remember, we were the only casters covering the open stage as well of DreamHack Atlanta. So we didn't get to cast everything. So there's a lot that wasn't covered, and we will be going over those by replays in the coming weeks. Again, just looking at our calendar, that should be January 3, January 4th, January 3rd, January 10th, and January 11th and 12th as well, respectively. So we have a couple of days that we can, of course, fill in with those replay casts. Meanwhile, again, this event did occur at the start of the month. Technically, still December. I think it was like December 1st and 2nd, or 2nd and 3rd of this, just earlier this month here. And we have a lot of matches to go over. Exclamation mark B would give you some spoilers, so be wary of that. But here we are. We have a couple of matches here. We're going to be going over Lambo versus Petit Drogo, Estrella versus Lambo, Shutdown versus Drogo, and Clem versus Lambo as well. This is merely half of the broadcast. We couldn't really fit everything on one screen, so we're going to be covering these 4 matches first, then we'll have a break, and then bam! So there we go. Bam! We have the next set of coverage. The next set of matches as well. Shutdown versus Cuckoo, Clem versus Estrella, Lambo versus Shutdown, and Drogo versus Cuckoo to end the night. So we have 8 matches in total. We have a bit of a break in between them just to cut them up, just to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room. Oh, that is not the correct. Oh, my apologies. We are not in WTL. So we're going to have a little bit of breathing room. But yeah, we will be covering 8 best of 3s tonight. Again, these events did occur at the start of the month, so a couple of weeks ago at this point. But HomeStory Cup was just at an awful time for us, and we weren't able to cast it. We weren't able to cover it or watch it live. So we are more than willing to catch up and go over some of these replays together. You know, if you happen to have missed it, then bam, we can experience it all together. I don't plan on covering the main event. We do have the replays of the main event, of like the playoff bracket. I don't plan on covering that. Most people probably tune into the final day of HomeStory Cup. We're just going to be going over the group stage instead. We care about the groups, Bobby. care about the groups. So here we go, winding it back. We have our first set of 4 matches. Our first one, it's going to be a ZVP. We're going to be diving into Lambo versus Drogo. And I'm always excited to cast Drogo just because, for those who are unaware, Petit Drogo, he at a time was one of the best foreigners in the world. Actually, he had his time in the sun when it came to the players outside of Korea. But in recent era, in current StarCraft, he is a little bit more part-time. He doesn't dedicate as much time to the game as he used to. He is teamless, and as a result, he only pops up for these big events. He pops up for HomeStory Cup. He pops up for the ESL Masters regional qualifiers, and that's kind of it. Like, he's not really there for like the ESL weeklies or Sparkling Tuna Cup or any of these other online events. It's mainly the big stuff, just because, you know, he happens to be around, and as a result, his skill level is always up in the air. It's always kind of a bit of an enigma, kind of the skill set that Drogo currently has at any given time of the year. So always excited to, in a way, catch up with Drogo and to see what he's been up to and see if he's been keeping up with the meta and, yeah, where he is at skill level wise again compared to all these other players. I am all for it. And we will be diving into it. Here we go. Game 1 on Equilibrium. Let's go. Meanwhile, big shout out to all the people in the chat. I see Soundo in the chat. I see Benj, Papi Tuta, Bag of Smiles. Oh my god. I start with the first quacker. Papi, welcome. Dzień dobry. Hope you've been having a good morning, and I hope you continue to have a good day as we're getting into game 1 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium. We have the German Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Protoss, the red Protoss player, still repping his old clan altar. It is Petit Drogo. Here we go. Again, Drogo, very historic player, has had his time in the sun and again was looking dominant at times, especially in the early days of Legacy of the Void. But now we're settling into a PvZ against one of the stronger Zerg players in Europe as Lambo is racing into that gold base. Let's go. The gold is being taken as the natural, so a very aggressive, very assertive start to the game. Equilibrium, I'm a little bit surprised that this wasn't vetoed. This is considered to be one of the more Zerg favorite and Zerg friendly maps in the map pool, just because of how large it is, just because of the fast goal base that you can take really early on in certain matchups like this one. And we'll see if Petit Drogo can try to punish this. For now, a gate expand, standard opener here from our Protoss player. And, oh, no probe scout. That is a little bit concerning. There was no initial probe scout to deny the hatchery. Because of that, there's no realization that the goal base has been taken yet either. Now, the probe is going a little bit later. With this probe scout timing, we wouldn't even be able to deny the hatchery if it were to be taken at the natural base. So, hopefully we're able to piece this all together. I'm sure Drogo is familiar with this map, and I'm sure he's familiar with the proclivity that certain Zerg players have when it comes to rushing into the gold. And yeah, we just checked the gold first. Let's go. Drogo doesn't waste any time at the third or the natural. He goes straight for the gold base, does confirm it has been taken, and we'll see how he can punish it, or if at all. That's going to be the real question here. Now, we can, of course, open up with Oracle Adept, and it's going to be on Lambo to split up his units, to defend his main base and his gold at the same time. And it's going to be a little bit difficult. So, of course, there's no creep connecting the bases. They are very isolated from each other. So it's all about pre-splitting that army and, of course, reacting in time. Now we do have a bit of a pylon block here at the natural. Going to be delaying the expansion for as long as we can. Adepts are staying back at home. They should soon be on the way. We go for a second pylon here to delay this even further. But again, without Adepts, we can't really delay this for much longer. As there we go. We force a cancel, and Lambert will eventually expand at the natural. Bit of an annoyance here from Drogo, but outside of that, it was dealt with quite nicely. Behind this, Drogo going to be walling off and getting into his adept production. We have the first Oracle on the way. This should be a triple Oracle-based opener, but we'll see what Drogo has in store for us. We'll see if he does commit to additional Oracles, or if he takes a bit of a different direction. For now, Lambo is just fully saturating this gold base. Now, typically, when a Zerg player rushes into this gold, it is usually for a 2-base all-in. I say a 2-base all-in. Usually, we shouldn't be like fully saturating this natural base. We should be focusing on getting into roaches and going for a roach all-in across the map just to take advantage of this fast gold. But we'll see if that's going to be the case. We'll see if Lambo is going to be aggressive or he just goes for a more macro-based follow-up. Lings, they do get us around. Oracle does pop its Pulsar Beam, but it's not going to be enough. The Adept does go down. And Lambo racing back home. A nice pick up here from Lambo once again. And Drogo was forced to expend some of that energy. Oracle's once again forced to activate their Pulsar Beam. And it's not the best use of energy here. We pick off 2 Lings. And the rest will escape. So really nice wins here from Lambo. Not the biggest of wins, but again, like these little advantages do add up over time. Third Oracle is on the way. Third base is being taken, of course. Drogo is in position. And my eyes are on Lambo. We are taking the Rich Gas Geyser. This is primed for roaches, but I'm curious if that's the direction we take. We have a lair on the way. So far, our lair is on the way. We're droning up our natural. There's that roach warren. I was very curious as to where it was, and now it is in production. So roaches will soon be on the horizon here for Lambo. Meanwhile, once again, these Lings just keeping the attention of these Oracles back at home. The scary thing is that these Oracles haven't been scouting across the map. It's not really about how much drones they've killed, but more so about keeping an eye on the saturation. You know, have we saturated our gold, the natural, the main, how many gases have been taken, what kind of tech are we working with? Drogo has very limited information. Goes to the Queen, doesn't get it. Goes to the drones, doesn't get them either. Oh my god. Drogo takes a lot of hits to the face. Behind this, we're going for a Forge and Twilight counter follow-up. It's going to be for +1 and charge, not blink. I do appreciate this. It's going to be a much stronger timing available here for Drogo. He wants to be in the face of Lambo as soon as we do hit with charge and +1. Overlord is going to be denied. So far, Stalkers have been revealed. Behind this, Lambo's droning. Again, I'm not used to seeing this kind of take or this kind of approach here to this game, but yeah, Lambo, he raced into the gold and he's just using it to skyrocket ahead even further. Taking a 4th, droning up, getting into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Nothing really aggressive out of Lambo, just, yeah, focusing on his economy. Just chilling. Big chilling and enjoying it right now. Meanwhile, behind this, you see Drogo just looking to wall off as well, getting into his Gateway Explosion. We do have that Templar Archives on the way, so historically, typically, we would be hitting a timing with, of course, our upgrades and also a couple of Archons as well. With the Robo, we should be making a Warp Prism. We are a little bit supply blocked, unfortunately. That is going to be hurting and delaying Drogo by quite a bit. Oh, and we are opting not to push out. We're not hitting a timing with these upgrades because we have Storm on the way. And Storm is going to take quite some time to really get into. So it looks like Drogo is taking more defensive position, and there it is. Cannons are on the way. Stack defense. Drogo is going to be just chilling here on these 3 bases. Infestation Bit is on the way. Lambo just getting further ahead tech-wise. Rushing into a hive, getting a 5th base. And this is where I'm really concerned for Drogo, because as we're settling into this game, Lambo got away with the golds. Wasn't harassed, wasn't punished in any way, shape, or form. Drogo was maybe expecting Lambo to be aggressive and was maybe hoping to like absorb a couple of blows. But that didn't happen. Not yet, anyway. Lambo is poking out with his Lings. He's already dropped up to 76, and now he's focusing on his army. Now he's amassing Roaches, Lings, Banelings as well. Now Lambo's getting ready to push in, but this is after Drogo's exposing himself, taking a 4th. Banelings waddle in. They do get 9. Oh my, 9 probes. Not too bad. At the same time, Roach is pushing on the right-hand side. A big blow to the economy already, and that Storm is done. Gonna back up. Your Storm graze. Oh my god. I say grazing. Pretty decent Storm Shield on the Roaches. Does soften them up. But that is 2 less Storms to work with. You can see Lambo rotating around. So that's a lot of Banelings on the way. They have been spotted here by Drogo. Can Lambo be stopped? Rocks are going to be knocked down. We're looking for another Storm as well. So far, Lambo is retreating. The Miles! Oh, that's close. But Lambo hasn't droned. He droned up to 75, but he hasn't made any additional workers. He's just been hyper-fixated on maxing out with Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager. Catches the counterattack, Banelings, they roll in, but there's nothing to kill. There is here. Oh, can we get in? Oh, we barely do not. 6 probes go down. Could have been a lot worse, but so far, good reaction out of Drogo, keeping his worker count alive. Meanwhile, the Banelings are still here on the right-hand side. Unfortunately, nothing to kill. High Templar! We do dive in, we get 1. We snipe 1 High Templar at the same time. We're looking to dive on the Immortal as well. No shield battery, no overcharge. Cannons go down. The Immortal will survive. But Lings, they get into the mineral line. Workers are going down. Nice hold position micro there from Lambo. And we can see the Drogo's being pulled apart. He's completely out of position, forcing a recall, but we may get a kill on the Nexus. It's going to be close. The Banelings. Oh, we get a kill on the Nexus. We force the warp in, the morph in of all those Archons. GG gets called. It's far too much damage. And Lambo will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Lambo in full control of that game, to be honest. Again, did start in the driver's seat by going for that goal base, and yeah, Drogo just wasn't able to really punish him, wasn't able to touch him whatsoever. Even with his initial oracles, he was never really able to harass across the map. He was stuck at home defending against Lings, and by the time he did move out across the map, if you remember, he tried to kill a couple of workers and queens, but he killed nothing. He achieved no damage with those oracles. Instead, he was just kind of stuck at home defending, and Lambo, he was free to do whatever he wanted. He freely droned up to 75, got up to 5 bases, and had his way with Drogo in the end. GG, really solid performance there out of Lambo. Really solid game 1, but now we're going to be getting into game number 2. As a reminder, these are best of 3s. It feels good to settle back into best of 3s. We've been covering a lot of WTL in the lead up to this, and that's of course full of best of 2s. But happy to be a part of this. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Solaris. We have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing, well, currently teamless, but repping his old clan, Alter. It is Drogo. We go. Now, when it came to the last game, what I should also emphasize is that that game was very unique to Equilibrium, just because of the map, just because of the goal base. It did give Lambo a really big advantage early on, something that Drogo just wasn't able to really punish, and something that he wasn't able to overcome. But thankfully on a map like Solaris, there is no gold, so Lambo won't have as strong or as much of a boost early on compared to game 1. Be having a bit of a more back and forth. And as we settle into this, again, Hatch Gas full opener out of Lambo across the map. Drogo going for a gate expand. And once again, there's something about Drogo here where he refuses to go for early probe scouts. As a result, he never has the opportunity here to actually deny that expansion and to force the unnatural natural, something that is very meta and very common in the current era of StarCraft. So yeah, it's interesting. I mentioned before leading into this series how Drogo, he is a little bit more old school and he isn't as active as he used to be, isn't as, again, kind of engulfed and submerged in StarCraft as some of these other players. So yeah, it's interesting that it's something that he has not adopted. I mean, we're probably going to be covering more, we are casting more Drogo after this. So I'm curious if that's going to be a trend or if maybe he's only doing this against Lambo, where he just doesn't really go for the probe scout. I'm curious. Regardless, behind this is going to be a Stargate opener. Just gate expand into that eventual Stargate. Should be for oracles. And we'll see if Drogo can have a little bit more freedom this game. Remember, last game, at least for initially in the early game, Drogo actually wasn't able to move out with the oracles at all. He was stuck at home defending against Lings, forced to waste and spend his energy defensively as well. It was, yeah, just a really rough early game for Drogo. So hopefully he can, or things can look a little bit better for him this time. Meanwhile, the Overlord is going to be zoned away. That is going to create an opening for these Lings. We don't take it, though. The Lings will back off for now. The Stalker first does make it look like it's going to be a Twilight-based opener, but we can see it's going to be a Stargate. Oracle is on the way. We have our Oracle in production. Drogo going to be moving out, hunting down some of these Lings. Chasing down whatever he can. One Ling does slip into that natural base, and we do disrupt some of the mining, and we get a full scout. We do confirm the Stargate. We also confirm the first Oracle and the second Oracle as well. The Lambo should be aware that it's going to be, again, the same opener 2 games in a row. The same build so far. Oh, Overlord is going to get picked off. Nicely done here by Drogo. And behind this, Lambo is just running up to 3 bases. Saturating is natural, I should say. Spores are in production just to make sure that the Oracles don't get out of hand. We have 2 Queens in the main. We have 2 Queens at the natural. We have additional Queens as well in production. The 5th and the 6th Queen, and even the 7th Queen on the way. So far, Lambo has all the tools he needs to defend, but we'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if he's able to hold on and survive here, or if Drogo can find some damage. As Drogo moves out, Lings are moving in. The Adepts are in some interesting positions here. For the most part, reducing surface area. We do dive into the natural. But one of the Queens was out of position. We get 3 drone kills already. There we go. 4th worker kill as well. Both Oracles will escape. So far, a much better start for Drogo, but he did take a lot of hull damage. An insane amount of hull damage, actually. Aye. The Oracle's barely to escape. At the same time, Lings, they do come in. They get a surround. One Zealot will get picked up. Another Zealot was warped in. That's a little bit suspect here. I'm curious if we are going into charge 2 games in a row. Once again. Meanwhile, those 2 Oracles have been joined by a 3rd. And now we rotate over towards that 3rd base of Lambo. Oh, no transfuse! But the Queen will survive. Good target firing out of Lambo. Does force back the Oracles. Spore not quite done, but we don't go for the dive. Again, Lambo is in position. And behind this, it is not going to be charged. We have Blink on the way instead. Blink and +1. I love that we warped in another Zealot as well. Again, just trying to sell a story. +1 range is on the way. Earlier Roach Warren this time as well. So Lambo is going to be going for a Roach heavy composition. His creep is looking quite solid here as Lings, they get into the mineral line. They get 5. Oh my god, that is insane. Wait, what? 5 workers get picked up. Very nicely done. Oh, as we are not going for a gateway explosion. I was waiting to see if we would go into like 8 gates, for example. It's a bit of an older 3-base all-in style. But no, instead of going for a gateway explosion, we throw down a 2nd Robo and a Robotics Bay. Looks like Drogo is taking a more defensive position, going into double Immortal production initially, and eventually double Colossus production. So a very tech-heavy style, very defensive style here from Drogo. Likewise, as Lambo is running up to 3 bases, as he's getting a 4th base, we already have the Infestation Bit finishing up. So he has the option to go into Hydra Lurkers if he wants to. But I don't think he is really thinking about that at the moment here, as we do pick off one of those Oracles. Another Queen is going to be going down. Lambo, a little bit supply block, but he's focusing on Roach production. Another Queen falls. Nice pickoffs here from Drogo, keeping an eye on the army. And from here, Lambo, okay, he's droning. I was really curious if he was going to double down on Roach production, and he did, at least initially. He is knocking down these rocks. That is 12 more drones on the way. So Lambo, he's droning up to 80, essentially. We have the Hive, we have the Hydroden. It looks like Lambo has recognized what's going on, and yeah, he gets a scout. The Overseer gets into the main base, does confirm the Bay, does confirm the lack of gateways. So Lambo now knows that Drogo is going for a tech-heavy style. How do we counteract that? With Hive Tech. Hive Tech, Lurkers, Vipers. Now, Drogo's going to have a big power spike soon. When he gets up to 2 and then 4 Colossus, it's going to be a big moment for Drogo, and Lambo needs to be ready for that timing. Lurker Den is in production. Initial Hydras are on the way as well. Lambo, he's got a solid worker count. He's on 85 workers, and he has prioritized these gas geysers, but Adepts do get in. Oh, they do slip into that third base. Drones are getting picked up. Only 2 so far. We do get eyes on the Hydras. Big scout here from Drogo. At least he has confirmation that it should be Hydra Lurker Viper. Drogo is aware. He's already got his first 2 Colossi. Viper production is prioritized from Lambo. And we are getting up to 4 Colossi. Again, Drogo is just taking a 4th base, and he's just going to be taking more defensive position. We have static defense on the way, cannons, shield batteries. Now, Drogo can push with 4 Colossi, but based on this Templar Archives, it looks like he wants to get into a more Archon-heavy composition and defend his 4th. He may just chill at home. We'll see. We'll see if he makes a War Prism or not with this army. Actually, we already have one. Never mind. it's out on the map. We see Drogo just cleaning up whatever creep he can. Shutting down these creep tumors. We even supply blocking Lambo. Meanwhile, Lambo getting into his own lurker production. 3 Vipers have already arrived. Lambo's army is still lacking a little bit just because of how many roaches there are. And we can see that we've gone into those 4 Colossi, now going straight into Immortal production. Now, we can go either or. We could go into Disruptors or Immortals. They both have their place, and they can both do well against Lurkers. Meanwhile, we are pushing in the Lurkers. They are exposed. 1 of those Vipers, 2 Vipers go down. Big pickoffs here for Drogo, catching Lambo completely off guard. Lambo was woefully out of position. He lost all of his high-tech units. He may be able to get on top of some of these Colossi. He gets on top of 1. 1 Colossus for all of those Lurkers was not worth it. I'm afraid to look. It was 5 Lurkers and 2 Vipers for essentially 1 Colossus. And Drogo has momentum. Now is the time to push. Lambo did such a great job taking up and refining this army, but again, he was caught with his pants down. He was not prepared for that attack, and Drogo, he's in the driver's seat right now, kind of. I mean, Lambo is remaxing. Okay, we got 7 more Lurkers. We got 7 more Lurkers on the way. Are we remaking Vipers? Not quite. We still only have 1 Viper to work with. That was a really good moment here for Drogo. He is pushing at the same time. Lambo going for a Roach counterattack. He needs to be fair. Like, he needs to get something done here as a Prism is coming in from behind. And Drogo, Lambo, he did kind of miss his opportunity. He was looking to hit a timing with his 3 Vipers, but that's kind of come and gone. He is pushing on the right-hand side, but Drogo in position. The High Templar have to be very careful not to overextend. Storm still in production. Looks like we're looking for a feedback. At the same time, Roaches, oh, they run into the Immortals. Ay, that is brutal push there from Lambo. Brutal welcoming, that's what I was looking for. As he's going to rotate over towards the left-hand side. How many Lurkers are we on? We're on 11 Lurkers, still only 1 Viper. The lack of Vipers is really concerning. So we have very limited energy here for these spells. Drogo looking for a better engage. Big revelation on the army. Yeah, by getting on top of this, we get 1 yoink on 1 of the Colossus, but the Colossus survives. It waddles away. Does waddle to safety, and once again, we're collapsing on these Lurkers. Big storms as well. Every High Templar goes... Oh my god, the High Templar overextend. Every High Templar did go down. But it looks like, can we clean this up? This is a messy fight. This is very messy. But we will clean this up, and 3 Immortals survive. 2 Colossi survive as well. Drogo taking another very efficient fight. Also, sorry, accidentally changed the names. Behind this, Lambo's remaxing. What are we remaxing with? That's the big question here. I'm concerned by the amount of roaches. We're rebuilding a massive wave of roaches here for Lambo. We have Lurkers, a couple of them on the way. That's a lot of roaches, actually. Wait, what? We have maxed out on almost pure roach. Okay. I mean, roaches, they have their place, but at the moment, this is a very inefficient army. The soup does lie, so be very careful when it comes to looking at this game state. Lambo is max, but very inefficient army supply. Roaches, they do not scale well into the late game. We do yoink one of those immortals. But again, looks can be deceiving here, as I would still favor Drogo in a head-to-head fight. Roaches trying to come at this from different angles. Greater Spires on the way. Lambo being very adventurous. Sorry, Drogo being very adventurous here. But that does run into the roaches. Moving out with harassing Immortal Force. Yeah, it's going to be able to come across this base. Big feedback here as well on the Viper. How many Vipers do we have? Still only one Viper. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go. We do break through. 9 drones go down towards the south. At the same time, this hatchery will fall as well. And Drogo, he is pushing. He has momentum. On the right-hand side, his army does get caught out. The roaches do catch the immortals. But the main army gets on top of this base. That one lurker is going to be going down. And we get another hatchery. Lambo, he's down to 4 bases compared to the 5 of Drogo. And Drogo is in the driver's seat. Behind this, we can see Lambo going into Corruptors. It looks like he wants to go into Broodlords. But we have 0/0 upgrades for the Broodlords, which is a little bit brutal. There aren't any Blink Stalkers, to be fair, but that's Skytoss. Oh god, I mean, Drogo, he's in the driver's seat right now. He's going into Skytoss as well. But I don't know if he really needs it, to be honest. As he's pushing through the center. On the left-hand side, we do have a couple of lurkers. But the right is looking that much more vulnerable. We have 6 lurkers in total. I believe 1 lurker here towards the south. The rest of the army is rotating around. Drogo respecting it. Does back off. Oh. Storm's going to be zoning back the army. But again, I feel like this army is hurting Lambo more than it's helping him. Like, once again, Lambo has maxed out, but because there are so many roaches involved, like, his army is actually a lot weaker and smaller than it otherwise should be. I mean, to be fair, Lambo doesn't have a large bank anyway, just because he's been losing so many bases. He can't really afford a high-quality army. Couldn't afford all those upgrades, couldn't afford, again, more Hydras, more Lurkers, more Vipers, or Spellcasters in general. Drogo expanding aggressively here towards his opponent. Revelation does take down one of those lurkers. Big lightning cloud does zone back the army. Broodlords are revealed. And Drogo, he is respecting it. Again, he doesn't have any oh my god, this dude led some storms. I was gonna say he doesn't have any stalkers to dive on the Broodlords, but that one Void Ray going ham. And there we go. We have Stalkers to reinforce. Do we have Blink? We do. Yeah, big storms on the army. Every single roach going to be going down. And Drogo, he is breaking through. Oh my god. These lurkers getting a lot of damage done, though. That was a brutal push up the ramp. But carriers have arrived. We catch the queens. Again, we're catching the Broodlords as well. Drogo just has far too much. A bit of a misrally, running into a couple of lurkers here and there. Slipping up from time to time, but overall, like, he can just break through the lurkers and the Broodlords. We have Hydras coming in to reinforce, but alas, it's just not going to be enough. Not against this death ball of an army. GG gets called, and Drogo will tie up the series 1-1. Let's go. Let us go. I'm catching up in the chat. Tasteless Blush going into 8 Immortals. That was a lot of Immortals, Bap. That was a lot of Immortals. And hey, they can work well against Lurkers. I do think that a big moment in that game, as we are now in a tied up series, I do think that a big moment in that game was, if you recall, the moment when it was a really brutal moment in the center of the map, when Drogo had built up towards, I want to say, 11 Lurkers, and he was knocking down the rocks, and he left his lurkers alone. He exposed his lurkers, he left with his hydras and his roaches, and he left his lurkers alone with vipers, and then that was the moment. That was the moment when Drogo just stumbled across the army, collapsed on all those lurkers and the vipers as well, cleaned them up, and that was like a big moment when like momentum swung from one player into the other. Up until that moment, Lambo was doing everything well. It was beautiful. Like, he was able to get into hive tech, he had 3 vipers full of energy, he had a good chunk of lurkers as well. Like, he had everything he needed, but was caught out of position, was caught out in the center of the map. And yeah, from that moment, Drogo, he was able to kind of swing things in his favor. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Drogo. We're going to the ace match, all the way to game number 3. Let's go. I want to officially complain that if your casting could be a little bit less entertaining, I could be sleeping instead of ruining my sleep. Oh no. Hashtag North American first world problems. I was about to say that if you're still awake, and if you're watching from either of the Americas, North or Latin America, you're an animal. You're you're an animal. Ay. Get some rest, Bobby. Get some rest. As we're settling into this, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope you're enjoying. So getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hardlead, we have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Clan Altar. His old team, it is Petit Drogo. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue German Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And as for the first time this series, Drogo actually sends out the probe. Okay, so part of me was thinking like, yo, is Drogo just not really one to change his opener and adapt to the meta and go for these probe scouts? But no, he does do it here on Hardlead. To be fair, the rush distance by ground is a lot shorter, so it's easier to pull off. But Drogo does force the unnatural natural. But I was about to say that I'm really happy to see Drogo force the ace match. Lambo is one of the best Zerg players in Europe. He's top 4, arguably top 3, alongside Raynor and Cyril and Alazer as well. You know, the 4 of them are the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Zerg. And for Drogo to force an ace match here is impressive. I was talking about how Drogo is a part-time player. He doesn't commit as hard as, you know, he otherwise used to back in the day. But, you know, what's that phrase? What's that, MMA didn't start it, but he said it back in the day. Form is temporary, class is permanent. And I feel like that's pretty applicable here to Drogo as well. So, really happy to see him fighting back here, especially considering that Lambo has like the home field advantage. These games, of course, were played live at the Take TV studio, or at the bar, or their venue, I should say, in Germany. So Lambo, you know, he just walked across the street, walked into the bar, and he's been chilling. Drogo had to travel a little bit more. So yeah, impressive. And we'll see if he can go even further. We'll see if he can even take the series, as Drogo wants to try to take advantage of Lambo here, going for a Twilight Council opener. This does make sense. Twilight Council openers work best, especially when you force a really awkward expansion pattern like this. And we'll see what direction we go in. This could be Glaive Adepts, this could be Dark Templar. So far, we haven't pulled out a gas yet, so I'm imagining this is going to be... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, there we go. I imagine this is going to be a DT-based opener, just because we're still 3-3. So this could be Dark Templar. It could be Glaive Adepts plus Dark Templar as well. Or it could even be 6-gate Glaive Adepts. But, again, DTs would make the most sense here, as we're still just building ourselves up. Overlord going to be going in for a bit of a scout. And there it is, Dark Shrine has been thrown down. Again, the tell for this was the fact that we didn't pull out. We didn't pull out of gases. If we did, then it would be 4-gate Glaive Adepts, but we stayed 3-3. So Dark Templar is the logical conclusion here. As behind this, Lambo is droning on up. He's going in with the Overlord, and he should be able to see everything, by the way. He sees the Robo, the gateways. He's aware it's not a Stargate, and now he will confirm the Dark Shrine.
Queen ready.
So a big scout from Lambo. Behind this, Roach Warren is already on the way. A very early Roach Warren. This was, what, a 3-minute 40-ish Roach Warren timing. really early on. We're just heavily droning up as much as we can. We did over-invest into these Lings, I will say that. Ideally, we don't really want to make this many. This is good to deny a third, but there is no third base. Not yet. Now, also important to point out that this DT opener is not all in. It is a way to get ahead economically with Dark Templar Harass and Archon Harass, and we should be expanding. We should be taking a third base behind this. It is an aggressive way to open, yes, but not all in. Oh, as Lambo is all over this. All over this prison. There we go. We do go for the warp in. Dark Templar have arrived. Already Archons are on the way, so he respects Lambo enough to know that there should be detection. Drogo hasn't seen the spores, but he knows he got scouted, so doesn't even try to harass with the Dark Templar. Spores are already in position. We have one in each base, and Archon harass is coming out. Now, this is the power of a DT opener, is that you can always get damage done with these Archons, and already we're going to get a Queen. Very nicely done. At the same time, we do go for a massive Ling harass across the map. We get a second Queen as well. Can we pick them up? Ooh, a bit of miscontrol there out of Drogo across the map. He will be losing, forcing a cancel on that third, and even losing that Archon. Drogo in a lot of trouble right now. He was able to kill 2 Queens, which is nice, but not worth losing a third. His third base heavily delayed at this point, and now Lambo can chill. He's droning, saturating his own 3 bases, getting his gases. Lair is on the way. Lambo is looking very comfortable. And Drogo is 1 step behind. Suddenly, this opener of Drogo, it just hasn't been worth it. It hurt him more than it helped him. But he's not out of this yet. Now, thankfully, he does have another Archon, so we can go back in and we can maybe catch more Queens, we can catch more Overlords, maybe get into a mineral line. There is potential with this, but there's also a lot of pressure on Drogo to gain value with these Archons. And again, we shouldn't be losing anything here as we do get another Queen. Almost an Overlord. So we are able to pick off another unit here. Dipping into the main base. Behind this, we're just trying to saturate our third. We're commencing immortal production, going into charge. Remember, charge is delayed because of the Dark Shrine opener. So we rotate in, and we do get eyes on the Spire. So a big scout here from Drogo. Now he sees the Spire. Can he do anything about it, though? Like investing into a Stargate. There we go. Stargate is on the way. It's going to take quite some time to get into Phoenix production, but we're making our way there. Drogo getting fully saturated on these 3 bases, taking his gases. Likewise, Lambo's 4th is quite late, actually. I'm a little bit surprised. I guess not feeling too confident about taking a 4th when there are these Archons marauding around. But yeah, just staying on 2 bases, building up a solid roach count. Getting into those eventual mutas. There it is. Now the 4th is on the way. Has been delayed, but I mean, remember, Lambo, because he canceled the 3rd base earlier, like it's fine here for him. He's able to get away with a bit of a later 4th. As Phoenix production has commenced. And the question becomes, how many mutas will we make? Will we make 6 mutas, 12 mutas, or 0? Because so far, I don't see any mutas. So the goal here, a bit of mind games essentially. Lambo knows he got scouted, but he still let the Spire finish, and he can always invest into mutas if he ever wants to, but right now he's hoping that we overcommit. And there we go, Phoenixes have been revealed. Lambo knows that there are some Phoenixes on the map, so no reason to invest into mutas. How many Phoenixes? We have only 1. Interesting. Only 1 Phoenix. We can go for a surprise muta switch later on. That is always available here to Lambo, as he's hyperfixated on roach production. That's a lot of roaches. It's also a lot of immortals. How many immortals? 4. 5. 5 immortals now for Lambo. We've got a couple of Archons. We have some sentries for force fields. Storm is about to finish. There we go, Lambo looking to push in. Oh my god, Morphian, that's his 34 Bailings. Oh my god. 34 Bailings are on the way. Can we avoid the storms? That's the big question. Storms are going to be make or break here for Drogo. He does catch some of these roaches, does come across the main army as well. And Drogo, where do we go? How do we defend? Sentry going to be going down. We need some storms. So far looking pretty good. Most of the Bailings do get caught out, but a couple of Bailings will just waddle into that army as well. Yeah, forcing in those Archons, and so far it looks like the Roaches, they do collapse on the Nexus. The Bailings didn't really connect, but the Roaches, they put in some work. They sniped the 4th base. Drogo looking to chase this down though. But is he overextending? Lings are coming in to reinforce. They get on top of the Immortals. Good juggling here from Drogo. Up the juggling. We do pull back, but we're running out of reinforcements, and it looks like Drogo is being forced back, losing 2-3 Immortals. Seeing a little bit too much there. Zealots will be forcing back the main army of Lambo, but the damage has been done. We reset the Archon count, we reset the High Templar counts. Only 2 Immortals survived, and we killed the 4th base. Drogo just barely didn't have enough to hold on. Like, in a way, he forced back the army, but only for a moment. Lambo, he is back with his roaches. Gonna be forced to kite against these zealots, but yeah, he has more than enough. Throughout all of this, Drogo is still pumping out as many Immortals as he can. The Biles are being dodged for the most part. But you can see that as we run out of zealots, the Immortals are exposed. The Archons as well. We're getting on top of everything. We have the overcharge, but it gets focused down by the Biles. And it looks like Lambo is breaking that 4th base for a second time. GG gets called, and Lambo will take the series 2-1. GG. GG. A shout out to Drogo for making a series out of this, but unfortunately, the opener, or from the opener, Lambo was kind of in the driver's seat. The DTs didn't do anything. The Archons weren't worth it either. Remember, they killed 3 queens in total, but we also lost the Archons. We lost the 3rd base as well. That's the most important part, actually. Losing the 3rd base in the midst of all that aggression was a really brutal moment for Drogo. And it did allow Lambo to get further ahead in the economy, get into a really comfortable mid game as well, and eventually snowball out of control. It was a brutal start from Drogo, and yeah, the opener just was a little bit lackluster from him. Regardless, in the end, Lambo will take it. We'll take the 2-1 series here, and that is our first series in the books. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's going to be our first best of 3, and the best of 3s continue here in this group stage. As a reminder, this is a round robin group stage. A lot of matches are going to be played out here. We have 8 best of 3s. That was the first of 8. We have 7 more ahead of us. And up next, we're going to be following Lambo into another ZVP, but a very different ZVP. It's going to be Lambo versus Estrella. Let's go. A clash of styles, a clash of regions. NA versus Europe. You love to see it. Do love to see it. Estrella, a very different kind of player. He's a lot more experimental and a lot more adventurous when it comes to ZVP. Willing to try out some more quirky builds and openers as well. He can be very unpredictable. So I'm curious to see how Lambo is able to approach a player like Estrella. I'm ready for it. Here we go. And I should also say a solid game out of Lambo in that previous series, but here we go. We're getting into a fresh best of 3 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Equilibrium. We have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing Macherino Esports. It is Estrella. Oh, shout out. A shout out to Rampage in YouTube chat. Watching from the UK on my week off. I wake up, put your SC2 streams on the TV while I watch and have some coffee. Or with some coffee. I'm glad that you're enjoying your time off as, oh my god, once again, Lambo going for the gold. But I hope you're enjoying your time off. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Oh, as... and this is what I'm talking about. See, Estrella, he's not afraid to just ape it up and get dirty in the mud here alongside the Zerg players. Now, earlier today, we did cast Game 1 between Lambo and Petit Drogo. And Lambo likewise did go for Hatch first, taking the goal base against Drogo. And Drogo was unable to punish Lambo, and Lambo got out of control. Here, Estrella, no fear whatsoever, just goes to the gold himself. Beautiful. Estrella now moving out with his probe scout, trying to get a read on what's going on. We'll eventually figure out that, of course, Lambo has also taken the gold. And I'm really curious to see how both players approach this, because I'm sure both Estrella and Lambo are going to be looking to try to punish the other player as well. So things are going to get interesting. Meanwhile, the probe does confirm the lack of natural base, and now we check the gold, and immediately Estrella does get eyes on the would-be natural of Lambo. He's aware. Meanwhile, Lambo is still piecing it together. Lambo is still piecing it together here. As the Overlord is coming in, confirming the wall off at least. It is going to be, oh, actually a faster second gateway. A gate expand. We do have the rich testing gas guys are being taken as well. Lambo, he does commit, does get eyes on the missing nexus. He's where the base is, not where it should be. And immediately is going to be checking over to further south here. Oh boy. Now the question becomes, do we be hyper aggressive with Lings here? Do we go into Roaches? I feel like there's a lot more pressure on the Zerg player to try to punish this, but meanwhile, we have those two gateways up and running. Adepts are on the way, and they will come out in time to defend against the Lings. Or at least they should get out in time. There we go, Adepts making their way towards that mineral line. No shield battery yet, but we should be getting one soon. There we go, shield batteries in production. Yo, shout out to Pecoeta. Ah, Pecoeta. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Welcome to the chat as well. That was a strong game for Lamborghini. Dang, you autocorrect. You're an animal. Hey. Este Lambo. But meanwhile, Lambo, he cut workers. He's link flooding. He's straight up link flooding across the map. He has recognized what has happened here from Estrella, and his goal here is to try to break the natural base. Do we get a good surface area on this gateway? The gateway is going to go down. Not a bad pick off here from Lambo. Adepts will shade away. And Estrella, he's well set up here at his natural, but what about the main? What about the main base, as this second gateway is going to go down as well? And Lambo, he's breaking in. This is also what I expected out of Lambo in Game 1 against Drogo. But the Lings, they flood into the main base. The natural is compromised. Stalker is going to be going down. Good probe drilling here from Estrella, but, I mean, what do we really have behind this? There's nothing to do with these Lings. Another Zealot is going to fall, and yeah, Estrella, he just has lost control of his main base. Going to be forced to stay on one base economy, essentially. We do get a big warping of Zealots, though. Zealots are warping in. 3 of them now. We're holding. I spoke too soon. As we get a surround, and these 3 Zealots are gonna get shut down. Big overextension from Estrella. Behind this, Lings are amassing. Considering heading towards that gold base. More probes going down. Good drone drilling here from Estrella once again. Adepts have arrived. Good positioning, but there are just so many Lings. Just far too many Lings here, and this should just be too much at this point. Yeah, good service area on the Zealots, on the Adepts as well. We will clean them up. Once again, Estrella drone or probe drilling his heart out here with those workers. But it's a numbers game, and we just go straight for the kill on the Nexus. The Nexus will go down. And the question becomes, what do we have to defend? Units-wise, nothing. We have 3 Adepts. We have 3 Adepts, 3 of them, they're all of them actually across the map. We have 1 Sentry, we have an Overcharge, we have a Force Field. Adepts are getting damage done, but we lost 19 probes across the map, and Estrella just doesn't have enough. The Overcharge is running out. We're killing even more workers here at the gold. 26 probes. GG gets called, and Lambo will take game number 1. Whew. GG. I appreciate what Estrella was attempting there in that first game, going for the goal base. I loved it. But again, Lambo, upon recognizing how greedy Estrella was, he just hammered down that Z key, made nothing but lings, flooded across the map, and Estrella just didn't have enough to hold on. The big thing that was missing for Estrella was a shield battery. No shield battery, specifically at his natural base location to help maintain that wall, to keep that Stalker alive, and to actually try to buy some time for additional warp ins. Once that initial wall was broken, it was an uphill battle. An uphill battle for Estrella. Wasn't able to take it in the end, and with that, that is game 1 in the books for Lambo. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be on Oceanborn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Protoss player representing Maturino Esports down in the series, but not out. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red German Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. We go. This time, we're loading into a very different map. There's no goal-based attempt to either player. I did appreciate what both players went for in that first game, rushing into that gold. But alas, here on Oceanborn, some more standard bases here. Now, speaking about Oceanborn very quickly, the rush distance by ground is quite short, and we have seen a lot of roach-based all-ins from Zerg players here on this map in ZVP, so that is going to be on the table, and it's going to be on Estrella. Just make sure he keeps an eye on the droning and the production of Lambo, just to make sure he can respond to that. Meanwhile, oh my god, we're being so annoying. We do delay the gases for a couple of seconds. Estrella being a bit of a nuisance here and being as annoying as possible with that probe. Just forcing some inefficient mining here in the main as well, as Lambo is going for a hatch gas pool opener. Forced to take the unnatural natural. Now, because of the base layout here from Lambo, Estrella could be tempted to go for a Twilight Council opener. Something like Glaive Adepts can be effective on a map like this. DT openers are also on the table, but we'll see. We'll see where the positioning of that second pylon is going to be, and whether Estrella commits to the Twilight Council or goes for a Stargate instead. Pylon has been thrown down. Estrella still being very active with that probe. Finally mines those minerals and is going to get the hell out of there. And we will settle ourselves into Oceanborn. Now Lambo just trying to get a read on what is going on. We can see that Warp Gate is going to be delayed here. And we see why. Stargate first. So Lambo also is aware that the Warp Gate was skipped and was delayed, so he should be aware that a Stargate opener is going to be upon him. He's aware of those timings. And with this, we can go into an Oracle opener, into a third base. We could try to spice things up with a Void Ray first instead. Void Ray openers have been very trendy as of late, especially amongst the Korean Protoss players. I'm curious if Estrella is willing to embrace that as well. Yeah, he did spend a lot of time in Korea this year, especially. Adept's going to be threatening a shade. There it is. There's there's that Void Ray opener. Now, I'm really curious to see what Estrella does with this, because there's a lot available. As the Adept does get in, 2 worker kills already. Nice pickoffs. Very nice damage here, considering it's only 1 Adept. Now, when it comes to a Void Ray opener, we can go into either Sky Toss, we can go into a second Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, into Carrier Production. We could go into Glaive Adepts as a follow-up as well. This could just lead into a standard third base timing, into a Forge and +1 and Blink. There are options available, and I'm really curious to see where Estrella does take us with this. Again, the purpose of this Void Ray is to keep Lambo in the dark when it comes to the follow-up tech. The third base is being taken as it should be, but it's what comes next, which is really the most interesting thing. And what I'm sure Lambo is curious about as well. Void Ray is going to be pushing, looking for additional Overlords. We already got one. We're looking for a second, even a third. Queens are getting in position, and we're still waiting for that tech. Estrella not quite finding too much damage, forcing a Spore and an Evo Chamber. And there it is. Let's go. We spoke about it. This is an option here, an opportunity for Estrella. He's rushing into Sky Toss. That is the second Stargate. Now, this can be either a Tempest Rush or a Carrier Rush. They both have their places. I'm imagining Tempest, but we'll see which Estrella is a little bit more fond of, as the Void Ray is going to be forced back. Now, this was popularized a couple of months ago by Classic. Classic used this to great effect in GSL, in the most recent season of GSL. Ever since then, like, it's just been very trendy to rush into Tempest or Carriers over the past couple of months, ever since, I think it was in November. Sorry, even October, if I'm not mistaken. But at the same time, we'll see how Lambo approaches this. Lambo, he's just droning. We do have Overlord speed on the way. I believe this is for a scout. I believe Lambo, I mean, he's in the dark. He has no idea what's going on. He needs Overlord speed here for his Overseer to get into the main base to get a read on what exactly Estrella is up to. And there it is. It is not going to be Tempest. It's going to be Carriers. Carriers are amassing. Oh, no, my apologies. We're going for an all-in. I assumed that it was going to be for a scout, but no, Lambo, he doesn't care. He's going straight for a German taxi, which makes sense. I mean, this is HomeStory Cup. We are in Germany, and there we go. Roaches are amassing. We do have the Overlords being sent across the map, the Queens as well, and Estrella is vulnerable right now. He has nothing to defend. He still has his Carriers in production, and this may just kill him before he can really get going. Estrella is going for a Gateway Explosion. Twilight Council, Blink +1 going to be on the way eventually, but Lambo, he is here now, and Estrella, what does he have to defend? He's got 3 Adepts, 1 Stalker, 1 Void Ray, 1 Carrier. Estrella, he's going to get caught with his pants down. He has nothing prepared for this. Did not see this coming ahead of time. We have the Overcharge, but eventually that's going to be running out. Is doing a lot though, keeping this 1 Stalker alive. Oh my god. The Stalker refuses to die. So many Lings going to be going down. Can we hold? One of the Queens going to be falling. We do miss a Transfuse. But it looks like the Natural is going to be broken. The Overcharge runs out. Every single probe is going to be falling as well. And we have broken that third base. God, at the same time, Lings, they got into the main. Lings, they dropped into the main base as well. Sure, Carriers are arriving, but again, this third base is going to be going down. The gateways, everything at the third. Could we even break into the Natural? We're going for it. Lambo, he thought about it for a moment. Yeah, going to keep his Lings on that Nexus. Miles forcing back those Stalkers. Good juggling here with the Queens. Keeping each other alive. Void Ray goes down. Cybercore going to be going down next. Another Carrier does make it out. Behind this, we have a Spire on the way. And again, Estrella, he just needed a little bit more time to get things going. Unfortunately, he did not see the all-in coming his way. He didn't see the Roaches, the Ravagers, the lack of saturation. Estrella just being a little bit greedy. Rushing into his own tech, and he was punished for it. And behind this, Lambo, he's on 75 workers, building up his Queens. Spire is just about to finish, and as soon as we get rid of this supply block, we can, of course, invest and get a wave of Corruptors. How many Queens do we have? 7 Queens, alongside these Spore Crawlers. Yeah, there's just no way for Estrella to really break this third base. We could try to rotate around towards the Natural. The Spores are not in position. But we have 7 Corruptors on the way. Yeah, Estrella, he's just completely all in at this point. He's trying to take a third base behind this. He's trying to recover. But the damage was done. So we can deny this 4th even, but even then we have Corruptors amassing. We're going for the carriers. We're going for the dive. We force a recall. Taking down a Void Ray before the recall does pop. And there's nothing keeping Lambo back. He can commit. Again, in the lead up to Oceanborn, in the early game, we were even talking about how it is very common on this map for Zerg players to go for these big Roach all-ins. I think we even mentioned the German Daxi. Again, it's just because of the rush distance by ground, just because of the layout of Oceanborn as well. Speaking of, there we go. The creep highway has been set up. Lambo coming in with the second wave. Stalkers are being forced back. We have amassed 4 carriers. That's an impressive amount, don't get me wrong. But what's more impressive is what Lambo has. As Lambo has almost maxed out. Almost at that 200 supply. A couple of Queens do overextend. Some Ravagers as well. Nice pickles here from Estrella. Good force fields as well. We do pop the overcharge. Keeping those carriers alive, but the Biles are going to be connecting. They take down the shield battery. As it will eventually fall. The Corruptors do overextend. Oh my god, every single Corruptor goes down. Oh, but the Biles were insane. These carriers barely do survive. The Biles graze the carriers. Every Corruptor falls, but it looks like we have enough to break this Nexus again for a second time. This has been a very impressive defense by Estrella, not gonna lie. He's cleaning up the Ravagers. He's keeping the Nexus alive. Corruptors are filing on in, but is it gonna be enough? We take down one of the carriers, and we barely will take down another. Oof. Oh my god. Again, Estrella holding on with everything he has, everything he can. Again, very impressed that Estrella was able to trade as efficiently as he did, but we're down to 1 carrier left, 1 carrier remaining. And we have lost 28 probes, the third base once again. Estrella just squeezing out as much efficiency as he can out of these carriers. Good target firing on the Corruptors. Keeping that carrier alive. But at this point, it's a numbers game, and Estrella is stuck on 2 bases, barely a 2-base economy. And Lambo is going to be able to break in. Again, good blinks here, good dodges on those Ravager piles, but the final carrier goes down. GG gets called, and Lambo will take the series 2-0, taking down Estrella. GG. GG, well played, and oh boy, that was that was an intense series there. And I mean, I love what Estrella was doing, but it is really risky on Oceanborn. It's a bit of a give and take, right? Where Oceanborn, unfortunately, does have that short rush distance by ground, and Lambert didn't even see what was happening. He didn't even see this guy. He didn't really know what his opponent was up to, but wanted to be assertive and aggressive anyway, and yeah, was able to commit to his own all-in, his own queen walk across the map, or German taxi, I should say, with those dropper lords. And yeah, Lambert was able to break Estrella before it could really get going. Estrella, once we get up to 4, up to 6 carriers, then Protoss could be terrifying, but wasn't able to get there in the end. The map working against Estrella, and yeah, just a really bold move to go into that kind of play style on a map like Oceanborn, and Lambert was able to punish him, was able to break him before he could really get the ball rolling. GG. GG, well played. Lambert will take the 2-0 here, looking quite strong in these early rounds in Group B. But now, we're going to be taking a bit of a break here from Zerg play. You know, Lambo, he's been looking strong against both Drogo and Estrella, but we're going to be featuring another player in this group. Up next is going to be Drogo versus Showdown in a PvP. Let's go. Again, these are round-robin group stages. Oh, sorry, yeah, this is the round-robin group stage, so a lot of players are actually involved in this group. It isn't just Lambo, Estrella, and Drogo. There's also Showdown. There's also Clem in this group, Cuckoo as well, and I believe that's it. Yeah, Cuckoo and Showdown are also going to be getting involved here, and a lot of matches to be had. A lot of matches to go through. And I'm ready. I'm ready for a PvP. A bit of a different change of pace here. Again, PvPs can be very chaotic and very aggressive, but at the same time, European PvP has a bit of a reputation of being a little bit more by the book and a little bit more standard. We'll see how true that really is. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Showdown. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss, the Red Protoss player, representing his old clan altar. It is Petit Drogo. And as we settle into this, a big shout out to Control in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Ga, papi, ga. Big shout out to Control. Control, of course, is a South Korean Terran player. Did this year, I believe, wrap up his military service, and has recently come back to streaming, come back to producing content for StarCraft. So thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Annyeong haseyo. Gracias, papi, gracias. Do appreciate it. Yo. As we are settling into our PvP, and I promise we'll have some Terran gameplay soon. Control, I promise. I believe after this series, we're going to be covering Clem versus Lambo. So we'll have a Terran versus Zerg for you. For now, our probes are going to be moving out. We do have a 2-gate opener from Showdown, a 2-gate opener from Drogo as well. Everything is looking as it should. Ooh, except for this probe. Hello? We are going to be committing here to a proxy pylon. Now, we'll see if we actually throw down some tech alongside this. The probe is staying in the vicinity. So this pylon is very suspect as the probe is coming back to it. Gases have been taken. This probe scout of Drogo does confirm that the pylon is missing. We don't know where it is, but we know it's not in the main. And we are going for a 1-base all-in Showdown, committing to a proxy robo. Let's go. And talking about the players very quickly, I just realized Showdown is a little bit more of an unknown. He's very active, of course, for the Platinum Heroes, very active in the online tournament scene, in World Team League as well. I would say that Showdown, this year especially, has cemented himself as one of the, as a pretty solid Protoss player in Europe. He's in the middle of the pack, is what I will say. Still in the shadow of players like Skillus, like Showtime, MaxPax. I would even put Geralt there as well. I would say that Showdown is still one step below Geralt, but still has been achieving quite a lot this year, and I think I may even favor him against Drogo in current era. Like Drogo, oh my god, as he does come across the proxy, he fanned out his units, he does scout the robo, and he will be shutting this down. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, as I say that though, Stalkers are coming in. We do distract, we do drag Drogo away, and it looks like this Immortal is gonna pop out. Phew. Oh my god. Showdown will keep this alive, and Drogo is going to have to back off. Behind this, going for our own defensive gateway and defensive robo. Showdown respecting this quite a bit. Drogo respecting this quite a bit, but Showdown is pushing in. Shield battery finishes. The sentries finish up just in time as well. Drogo going for a counterattack. Things are about to get a little bit rowdy here because Showdown doesn't have much to defend. He's forced to recall. Yeah, recalls all the way back home. Doesn't lose anything. Will pick off a Stalker. But Drogo, he buys so much breathing room. And Showdown is expanding. He's pivoting away from this all-in. Going for the Prism. And hopefully doesn't come across the Stalkers as the Prism gets caught out. Oh! And it looks like the Prism will go down as well. Big pickoff. Not the freest of trades. Did end up losing 2 Stalkers in the process, but the Prism was huge, and now we're going to be able to depower this Robo as well. Or at least we're going to try to. Just barely force fielding in time. We can try to take a fight here. We'll be losing a sentry. The Immortal on the other side of the force field. A little bit misplaced by Drogo. He was hoping to force field the Immortal away. Last has to back off. Drogo, meanwhile, hasn't seen the expansion. Uh-oh. He's not aware that Showdown is transitioning. Now going for his own expansion. Getting a lot of hits in on this Immortal. And it looks like the Immortal is going to be going down. A big pickoff. I love that Showdown, he has a probe hidden. It hasn't been seen. Oh, now it has. But it is hidden here in the tall grass. But alas, will not be able to repower that Robo. Gets caught out. So Drogo was able to trade well, this is true, but Showdown has a better economy. He's got his natural base up and running, getting it saturated. Meanwhile, Drogo, he's the one that's committed. Is moving out with quite a hefty army. He's got an Immortal. I'm loving these Adepts. The Adepts, of course, they can bypass the main army and shade into a mineral line. Showdown is on the back foot. Good force fields. We trade energy for a Stalker. The Adepts have arrived. Showdown in position to wall off. He will wall off in time. Adepts threatening a shade into the natural. From here, we're in a really interesting position. I think I want to favor Showdown. I mean, especially with Blink in production. Like, Blink is going to be a big moment for him once that does finish up. Can take control of the map. Meanwhile, Drogo, sure, he won't have a maneuverable army, but he will have Immortals. So it's going to be a really interesting dynamic here between our players, where Drogo has a very robust army with a heavy Immortal count. Showdown will have a more flexible army with more Stalkers with Blink. Meanwhile, Drogo already investing in +1 melee or +1 attack. Showdown, no Forge yet inside, instead opting to go for a faster third. Showdown already has a better economy and is looking to extend that economic lead with that faster Nexus. Server gets caught out. Drogo takes the third. Showdown wants to make sure that the third is being taken, or if there's a 2-base all incoming. So Hallucination is sent out. And he should be able to get a read on what his opponent is up to. Full scatter. Again, getting eyes on the third base. We still haven't pulled the trigger yet from Drogo. He still has his Prism chilling outside the bases with Adepts. And essentially, Drogo should be waiting for the moment that Showdown moves out. The moment his army moves out, then the Prism can move in. Showdown is now working on +1 attack. Twilight Council on the way from Drogo. Now, because Blink is so delayed, usually we skip Blink and we go straight into charge alongside Archon production. We'll see if that's going to be the case here from Drogo. As we already have charge well underway here for Showdown. You can see Showdown enjoying a 7-worker lead. Hallucination does confirm that. Even going for a 4th base as well. Oh my god. Showdown once again just always on top of that economy. And it is going to be a little bit cheeky here, slipping into a Dark Shrine. Meanwhile, we spoke about charge from Drogo. Again, he's just skipping Blink, going into charge. There's that Temple Archives as well to start Archon production. And when it comes to the quality of the army, I think I still have to favor Drogo. Like the Immortals, they shut down Stalkers so hard. We're getting to faster Archons. And not just that, but the +2 timing. That's what I'm really basing this off. Like, +2 is very far ahead for Drogo. There's going to be a big window where he can have +2 over his opponent, and he can also have +3 over his opponent as well. These are going to be some pretty big power spikes for Drogo. Meanwhile, the Depths, they finally move in. Oh, and they get a couple of probe kills. They get 4. Oh, soon to be 5, 6. 7? 8? I mean, 7 is already more than enough already here. For 2 Adepts, very nice trades here from Drogo. We'll lose them, but 7 worker kills is insane. And earlier, Shadowne had a pretty hefty worker lead. Suddenly, Drogo is catching up. Now, it goes to show Drogo, he's still down 2 probes. It does go to show how far ahead Shadowne was and how necessary that Adept damage was from our red Protoss play. Despite that, Shadowne still has the supply lead. Is moving out with a Stalker-based army. Blink is on the way for his Dark Templar. We still have that War Prism in between the bases, so at any moment we could try to go in with another big Warp in. And we're going for the 4th base. We should force a cancel. Drogo out of position. Yeah, busy dealing with some Zealot harass. That next is going to be cancelled. Prism still chilling in between the bases. Jesus, we have not stopped Immortal production. Oh my god. This is maybe too much. We have 7 Immortals. I feel like 4 is like the ideal, but the problem with going up to 7 is that it should be okay against Shadowne. I was going to say that usually at this stage of the game, the opposing Protoss player is going to be incorporating more Zealots into their army, less so Blink Stalkers. But Shadowne is still pretty hefty, or pretty heavily reliant on these Blink Stalkers, so this army from Drogo is still looking quite strong. Still looking powerful. Likewise, Shadowne, despite getting a Temple Archives and despite getting a Dark Shrine, hasn't invested into Archons, which means the Zealots of Drogo are going to be that much more effective without Archons to deal with them. And we're going straight to Disruptors. That is going to be a Robotics Bay on the way. I would have expected this from Drogo, to cut Immortal production a little bit earlier and get into a faster Bay and a faster second Robo. I'm a little bit surprised that Drogo didn't go in that direction. That's a lot of Stalkers. And what's scary here is that this is where Disruptors would be ideal. Basically, Blink Stalkers, obviously they can avoid Novas, that is true, but ideally you want to be using Novas to force out Blinks from your opposing player, to zone away the army, to make things difficult and uncomfortable for the Blink Stalker heavy player, and that's just not here. Likewise, Disruptors is going to be beautiful here for Shadowne because Drogo can't really avoid any Novas. If a Nova gets sent out, Drogo has to take it to the base. Ooh, the Prism will fall. But yeah, like this army is so clunky and so slow that avoiding Purification Novas is going to be nigh on impossible. And Shadowne, he's got his first Disruptor in production. Drogo going to be rotating over towards the left-hand side. Here we go. Shadowne has maxed out. Let's pick up a couple of Zealots. For another way in. Here we go. We have a good angle of attack here. The Immortals pushing on forward. We do have the overcharge. Force field's looking pretty damn good, but here comes the first Disruptor. And as soon as we see it, we will back off. Do we have detection? Nova goes up. Big connection here on the Immortals. Despite that, those Dark Templar are going ham, by the way. There is no detection. The DTs, they're swiping away. They're getting on top of the army as well, and they're doing so much here. They clean up almost every single Immortal. The Stalkers help as well. GG gets called, and Shadowne takes a dominant fight, taking game number 1. GG. That was unfortunate for Drogo. Pushing into an army wasn't a bad engage initially for Drogo, but that was like, what, 6 or 7 Dark Templar just swiping away for free, papi. There was no detection. They were going uncontested, and the DPS of that many DTs, that ramps up very quickly. Very quickly it does ramp up. And Drogo, he lost everything there. And with that, Shidown takes the lead. Let's go. Again, Shidown, one of the stronger, now that I think about it, one of the stronger Protoss players in France. I think I would say DNS is probably number 1. And number 2 is maybe in contention between Shidown and Drogo. Like, that's what I'm also excited about this series, is it feels like kind of the new guard against the old guard. Like, Shidown is more of a recent rising star, and Drogo a little bit more in his twilight years, after having a lot of success a couple of years ago. Nowadays, kind of taking a step back, you know, enjoying StarCraft more in the pastime instead. And yeah, we'll see where this takes us. We'll see where we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have the blue French Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Shidown. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss representing his team, Alter Soul Clan. It is Petit Drogo. Drogo down in the series, looking to tie it up, looking to force that ace match. And that last game was very chaotic. There was a lot going on. Remember, it all started with Shidown having a bit of a failed proxy robo. He initially was all in and he had to pivot away from it, but he was able to get away with a faster natural, a faster third, a faster fourth. That game, economically, Shidown was ahead for almost the entirety of that game, once he did decide to pivot away from his robo-based all in. So again, just a better economy, just a better economy behind his army to sustain himself, and Shidown was able to take that first game. Drogo, unfortunately, was pretty all-in and pretty committed with how he was playing and his attack. His fourth was delayed time and time again, and it's kind of all or nothing there for Drogo. As Shidown, for a second game in a row, is going to be throwing down a proxy pylon. This time, though, the pylon is on Shidown's half of the map, so it looks like this is going to be a fake pylon. As Shidown does leave it, and he's going to be scouting the edges of the map. Now, Drogo will, of course, scout and confirm that the pylon is missing, so this is where mind games come into play. Drogo may be tricked and may be lured into believing it's going to be an all-in again, or a proxy. So we'll see how he does open up. As for now, double adept. It is going to be a double adept opener from both players, from both Shidown and Drogo. With this, should be pretty aggressive, and Drogo hasn't taken the bait. He's barely even scouting. He sticks around, throws down the pylon, calling his opponent's bluff. Not really biting. We can see Shidown trying to avoid that pylon with the adepts, trying to keep them hidden. And Drogo is pushing. And Drogo's actually committing here. It isn't just a double adept opener from our red Protoss. We have a third and fourth adept on the way as well. Meanwhile, Shidown is just transitioning into stalkers, expanding. Likewise, so is Drogo. But because we're committing into adept production, essentially Drogo, he desperately is looking for economic damage. And he gets in! No! He shades into the main base. Shidown a little bit slow to react. Doesn't wall off in time, and probes are going down, and we're going to get damage done. So many probes going to be falling. 4 dead workers, and lost mine time as well. Can we get a 5th? We can. 5 worker kills at the same time. We have 1 adept getting in from Shidown. Nowhere near as effective. Does get a probe. But only 1. As he is cleaned up. Drogo not able to shade in for a second time, but Drogo already has a worker lead. Has a perfectly fine worker lead at this point. He still has 3 adepts to threaten a shade once again, moving out this time with his stalkers. Drogo does have some momentum on his side. And we'll see if Shidown can fight back. Does come into the shade. Gonna be running into the army. Oh. Taking a lot of damage, and we do catch these adepts. And big pickoffs here from Drogo, taking down 2 of them. And they can keep on pushing. Shidown is gonna be walling off here on the high ground. Does wall off in time. Behind. Great minds think alike. Both players going for Dark Templar. Let's go. DT is going to be on the way. This is going to get kind of weird. So, at the moment, no one has detection. And Drogo won't have any anytime soon because he's investing into Blink. Oh, there we go. Robo's on the way. Meanwhile, Shidown doesn't have any yet. Now, the question becomes, will we get detection out in time? Drogo does have a proxy pylon out of the map. Probe gets caught. Oh, Shidown, his nearest pylon is here out in the center. And Robo now on the way, but it's very late here for Shidown, which means Dark Templar are going to hit first. Oh boy, the Invisible Man, they're coming. And the Invisible Men, they were the MVPs of Game 1. Remember, Game 1, Shidown used them to great effect in that fight. And it looks like they're going to be the MVPs here for Drogo, as they're going to be waddling on in. And the Robo is still halfway done for Shidown. Oh no. He sees! He knows. Immediately he's walling off. He is going to be a whole position here on top of the ramp. Does not allow those DTs in. But they wreak havoc at the natural base. And probes are falling, probes are dying, and there's just nothing to do. Like, there's no way to deal with this. They're going for the pylon! No shot. They can go for the pylons, they can go for the kill on the Robo. And again, without observers, that's going to be game. We get in! No! We do wall off just in time. We do manage to wall off. GG gets called. It's just too much damage. And Drogo will tie up the series 1-1. GG. It's all about those Dark Templar. It's all about those the Invisible Man. Both games, they've really been the deciding factor here for both players. And really, all that means is that here in Game 3, obviously both players have to go DT first, right? No. I mean, a proxy Twilight Council and a proxy Dark Shrine is a build in PvP. That is a thing. No one would be crazy enough to do that here, though, right? I hope not. I don't think it's going to work if they try, but we'll see. I mean, it's becoming a trend. As we're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the French Protoss player. The red Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Shidown. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the other French Protoss, the blue Protoss player, representing his old clan altar, it is Petit Drogo. 2 units at the end of the game, that does happen. That is a thing that happens in PvP. We've seen Max Packs die to 2 DTs. We've seen Hero die to 2 Dark Templar. Like, unfortunately, the reality is that in PvP, there are scenarios where you can rush into a Dark Shrine and your opponent straight up won't have detection. Like, that is just a scenario that occurs from time to time. Thankfully, it's not, like, too frequent. Like, I think we saw Max Packs die to it earlier this year, like in March or something. Like, Heroes died to it, I want to say around like July-ish. Like, it's every now and then it happens. It's an unfortunate reality of PvP, but thankfully not the most common of occurrences, thankfully. Oh, hello. Hello. Once again, both players going to be mining out these mineral patches here on the right-hand side of the map, and it looks like we should be going for some proxies. My, oh my. Okay, so Shidown is going for a fake proxy pylon. So is... What is happening? Now, to be fair, it is very common to actually mine out these minerals and go for proxies on Alcyone, but both players, they have the same, playstyle here. Very curious. we shouldn't be committing with this. It's just a fake pylon. And the probes, yeah, they're just scouring the map here, looking for any kind of committed proxy as well. Behind this, 2 gate openers from Showdown as well as Drogo. Everything is looking normal. Drogo going to be going Adept Stalker. Showdown going Double Stalker. Nothing too crazy. Essentially, Showdown is going to have a more robust army here in the early game. We'll have less scouting information. Drogo, his goal with this Adept is just to shade across the map and try to get a read on what his opponent is up to, as he is going for a Stargate opener in the main. Meanwhile, Drogo coming in with the probe does confirm the Double Stalker. Likewise, Showdown, he was scouting the northern portion of the map. Still hasn't committed to a scout yet. Now, something important to bear in mind is that Drogo is delaying his expansion in favor of the Stargate, so a bit of a less economic opener here. With the Stargate, he should be going for an Oracle, should be looking for some economic damage, as the Adept Scout does confirm the timing of the expansion, which is the green light for Drogo to expand himself. So the natural bases are pretty comparable to each other. That doesn't quite commit. And we can see our tech of choice from Showdown. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener. It is going to be Blink. So Showdown's working towards Blink. That Oracle is on the way. Drogo will have delayed Blink instead. And there is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on this Oracle to get damage done. Just because Drogo, I mean, again, he's investing in tech, investing his gas here and resources in these units that need to pay for themselves. Otherwise, Showdown will just be ahead or take a lead. Again, his Stalkers patrolling all around his bases here, just not allowing Drogo to find a way in without encountering at least some Stalkers. Here we go, the Oracle does reveal itself. Showdown now, of course, aware of the Stargate opener. Getting in position. We have 3 Oracles in the main, 3 Oracles at the natural. Adepts will threaten the shade. They do get 1 probe. But only 1 worker. Oh. So we get a couple of probe kills here in the natural. So not too bad actually, 3 probes, and the Oracle is still alive. So it's a good way to, again, make this opener worth Drogo's while. Worth his while in the end. Meanwhile, Blink actually isn't that far ahead. Showdown, it looks like he did delay his Blink by a little bit, and Drogo has been able to catch up. It also looks like maybe we haven't been chronoing out that Blink, of course, from Showdown. The Stalkers are distracted. Oh, and the Oracle comes in from behind. Getting another 4 probe kills, 7 in total. Showdown just out of position once again, another probe going down. And it's only 1 Oracle as well. It's not like we committed into double Oracle production. No, only 1. It has been worth it here for Drogo. Both players going to be expanding, taking their 3rd bases. Drogo taking a slight worker lead. And now the Blink Stalkers are moving out. Meanwhile, Drogo likewise meeting up with his main army as well. Looking at the units tab. Both players on 10 Stalkers. Drogo with the concave with the high ground. Is going to take a better fight. Who even punishes this, goes for the dive. Trading 2 for 2. Looking for a 3rd Stalker as well. Oh, getting so much damage done to these Stalkers of Showdown. He will escape, but as he gets distracted, once again the Oracle goes in. Drogo just pulling Showdown apart. And sure, he may not be able to break this 3rd base, but that's another 5 dead workers at the natural, and so much lost buying time here. 7! And we could have gotten more if only we had a little bit more energy here on this Oracle. But that Oracle on its own has 13 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Again, Drogo going to be in a commanding position. He does have a 10 worker lead. Getting into charge, +1. For a moment there, he started +1 air attack, and I was a little bit perplexed, but thankfully, we get away from that. We're not going to be committing. And yeah, Drogo just getting further ahead. He's ahead in the economy, ahead in the upgrades. Shidown just now working on his forge. There is going to be a window where Drogo has +1 over his opponent. There's going to be a window where he has +2. These upgrades are going to be big power spikes for our blue Protoss player. And Drogo even just investing into his 4th base as well. We don't even need a 4th right now, but why not just invest? Why not just take it? Now, the one advantage that Shidown has is Immortal production. He has 1 Immortal, to be fair, though. Like, doesn't have too many. It does help. It does help make up for a bit of a Stalker deficit and an upgrade deficit. The other thing to bear in mind is that even if you are behind here in a mirror matchup in PvP, there are other ways to come back. Big ones, of course. I mean, we've been seeing them all series. The Invisible Man, you know, the Dark Templar could come into play. Rushing into Disruptors, you know, a faster Robotics Bay. It's a bit of a Hail Mary play, but 1 or 2 good Novas can sway a fight in your favor, even if you're down in supply. Outside of that, out-positioning your opponents, not just when it comes to Oracle Harass, but also with your Blink Stalkers. That is a very maneuverable army. You could try to, again, slip by your opponent's forces, get into a mineral line, dive into the main base, get some worker kills, and then recall back home. Because of the recall ability, there are opportunities here for your opponents or a Protoss player to be aggressive and get away scot-free. Unfortunately, Shidown has been stuck at home. He's been stuck at home this entire time, and Drogo is still maintaining map control. He has control of the Zonaga, is pushing out. I don't think he can break Shidown yet, so Drogo has to be careful not to overextend. He has +1, but +2 is still on the way. Okay, he's going to be reinforcing. Shidown getting in position. Another shield battery is on the way at his natural. Overcharge going to be another big factor as well when it comes to a defensive fight for Shidown. Charge is done though. The quality of the army here from Drogo is just becoming a bit too much. Essentially, charge lots, they do a great job at buffering. They take so many Stalker hits to the face. They do a great job at just supporting the army of a Drogo. He dives into the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. Instantly, we do have the overcharge, but it's a numbers game, and it looks like Drogo just has too much. He's overwhelming the army here at the 3rd base. The overcharge gets focused down. There is no shield battery. And Drogo, he's just gone for the kill move, gone for the throats. And winning on both fronts, breaking the 3rd base and breaking the natural as well. GG gets called, and Drogo will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. And yeah, despite the chaotic series here in game number 3, Drogo was able to flex his multitasking, flex his speed as well, just pulling Shidown apart. The Oracle was kind of the MVP there, especially in a mirror matchup. Getting ahead by something like 5 workers doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have the same tools as your opponent, when you're playing the same race, 5 workers can mean the world. It can be the game. And it was more than that. I think it was a 10 worker lead for Drogo, just because that Oracle harass, and yeah, was able to just capitalize on that and snowball out of control. And with that, GG, well played. Congratulations to Drogo as he does take the series. The old guard, of course, retaining his position here over Shidown. I do want to believe, though, that Shidown, again, as he's more of an up-and-comer, has potential to grow more as a player, especially recently, has been putting in a lot of work, and has been very active. He's been streaming a lot as well, which has been really cool to see. Shidown has been active on Twitch. But for now, Drogo does, of course, take it, and we are getting ready for our final series before the break. We're reaching that halfway point, that halfway mark. Up next, we're taking a bit of a break from the Protoss. We have a TVZ between Clem and Lambo. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. So the Protoss is going to be taking a bit of a break. Lambo is going to be returning, and Clem making his debut here in this group, in Group B of HomeStory Cup. Oh boy. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the French Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Terran Gaming, true. I just realized the first Terran player of the broadcast, and it's Clem of all players, so you're getting a bit of a treat here. Of course, Clem being the best Terran player in all of Europe. Of course, there are some big contenders like Hero Marine and Spirit, but Clem is, of course, nicely in that #1 spot. What I will say, Lambo, he may not be Serral or Raynor true. He is a little bit overshadowed by some of the other stronger Zerg players in the region, but Lambo is no slouch either. Even though Lambo may be, again, one step behind Raynor and Serral, he does have it in him to go toe-to-toe with the best players in the world. Lambo, alongside a laser, they can take it to players like Dark, like Classic, Hero, Clem, and even in ZVZs, we've seen Lambo defeat Raynor. That has happened. I think that happened last HomeStory Cup, HomeStory Cup 23, potentially. I know there were a lot of ZVZs there. But Lambo can spike up. I do think that a big factor when it comes to that, though, is, at least from what I've seen, Lambo seems to be a very strong player when it comes to preparation-based leagues. I'm talking about ESL Masters, for example, where you're given a little bit of time ahead of time. You are aware of what your opponent is going to be, and you're able to prepare and kind of set up these builds and these kind of strategies for a series. When it comes to weekend tournaments, it's a lot more up in the air. It's a lot more on how Lambo feels on the day during the weekend, and hopefully not too hungover. That's that's another thing to bear in mind. This is HomeStory Cup, and it is more of a carefree environment, so our players are a little more prone to have more of a good time and have a little bit less of a serious tournament. Obviously, they're all playing their hearts out, but you know, players they're enjoying themselves. They're jumping onto the casting couch whenever they can, maybe having some drinks, spending time with fans, spending time with friends. A very different vibe. A lot more wholesome. Wholesome. As we're settling into this, and we are getting into a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Lambo, going for a third base. Likewise, behind this, we have Clem going for a standard opener himself, going for a Rax expand into a third CC before starport. So very economic, very standard stuff so far from both players, as we're easing into the early to mid game. Going for our add-on stop, getting into Hellion production. Meanwhile, the Reaper does slip in between the bases, looking for a drone kill. Shouldn't find one though, as we do force out a Spore, going for another, forcing out a Gas Geyser. So far, good control out of Lambo, not really losing much of anything. Just cancelling buildings, but not much else. No one has lost anything. Not yet. Behind this, it is going to be that starport after that CC. We're not going for a 3CC 2-on-1 or anything like that, for example. Tech Lab is on the way. This starport is a little bit further back, so this is not looking like an add-on swap. This could be a Liberator-based opener instead. We shall see. There we go. It is going to be Viking first from Clem into, I imagine, a faster stint. Meanwhile, Hellion's just going to be camping that third base, looking to pick off a drone. They don't quite find one, but they do get a larva. They do pick off some of that larva here at the third base, rotating over towards the left-hand side. So far, Lambo keeping up with the rotations, keeping up with his queen movement, is going to be deflecting Clem. As I mentioned before, it is going to be a Liberator opener here from our Terran player. The revelation of this Viking should be enough of a tell from Lambo as he dips in, and he will get eyes on the Tech Lab on that Rax. So he's fully aware that it is not Banshees. And he also will be able to get close enough to see the lack of add-on on the starport. So with that, Lambo knows that he can delay spores and that he can position them elsewhere, and we can see them behind the mineral line. These are good positions against Liberators specifically, otherwise they would be in the mineral line for Banshees. So really good scouting, really good reaction out of Lambo. And oh, looks like we did have a bit of a pause there for a moment. Looks like there were some technical issues, but we're able to recover. So Hellions are going to be rotating over towards the right-hand side, looking for a dive. Queens are keeping up left and right, though. Lambo not letting him in. The goal here is for the Liberator to draw away the attention of some of these Queens and to create an opening for these Hellions. But so far, they have been unable to pull that off. Behind this, Clem getting his third CC on location. Getting into his 5-1-1 setup. 5 Raxes. On 3 bases, pretty standard setup here from Clem. The Liberator is going to be going straight for that main. This Viking getting 1 Overlord kill so far, but is about to get a second. Liberator has been spotted by the Overlord as well. Ooh, Lambo getting a bit supply blocked here. That is a little bit brutal. Brutal supply block. Hellions once again threatening a dive. So far, good positioning here from Lambo. We'll lose another Overlord. As Lambo is attempting to go into Lingbane Hydra. Okay. It's just taking a little bit faster into that Hydra production. 4th base is on the way. Lambo, he's been able to drone up quite nicely here on 3 bases, but should be investing into that 4th saturation soon. As Clem does threaten a dive, gets 4 drone kills at the 3rd. Very nice, actually. Doesn't lose any Hellions. Gets 4 workers, going to be able to clean up some of this creep. I'm sure. As we come in with our double drop on the left-hand side, diving on top of the Queens. So far, the Queens will survive. They will pull back in time. And Lambo does deflect this army, but the Hellions once again threaten the mineral line. And this is becoming a bit much as we do find the Queens. We get 3. Oh my god. Big pick off from Clem. Taking down 3 of those Queens. Those were the creeping Queens, by the way, which means we don't really have any active tumors here whatsoever. Very little creep to work with, which means the defense at this space is going to be that much more difficult, and Clem recognizes that. He's just rotating everything over towards the south. 0 creep here, 0 active tumors. And Clem can push. Meanwhile, I believe, yep, the armory is done. Hellbats are morphed in. Clem was so careful with those Hellions earlier. He kept all of them alive, and this push is looking to snowball out of control. Bailing's going to be denied. This 4th is under fire. Bailings, they try to roll in. They take down some of those Hellbats, but we barely have any Bailings left. So it looks like 6 of them are barely going to finish in time. And with those 6 Bailings, we should be able to break through. Oh, that's a lot of Hydras. Clem losing all of his Hellbats, losing all of his Widow Mines. We'll have to back off. Ooh. Up. Oh god. That one Bailey. As Clem is being forced all the way back. Lambo overextending a little bit here. Very far off of creep. Clem just rallying everything across the map behind this, getting his 4th CC soon up and running. Again, getting up to 8 Raxes behind this. We do have a double drop into the main base. This is where the reinforcements went. That's curious. Into the main base, distracting Lambo. At the same time, we dive towards the 4th. More Queens going to be going down. And is going to be forced back. Good target firing here. Even getting some Hydras. Oh my god. Looks like there was a bit of latency going on. Nyal, I believe he works for Take, right? Just maybe some connection issues at the event. Oh my god! Some of these mines do pop off. Lambo didn't have eyes on this, did slip his mind. Here we go, Clem going for a split push. Going for the 3rd and the 4th. There we go, Widow Mines are going to be burrowing. Oh, that is a lot of mines. So far, most of them get baited out. Lambo going to be able to collapse on this. At the same time, Lambo is able to defend here towards the south, but you can see Clem snowballing out of control. He's got his 4th up and running completely uncontested. And Clem has just been trading so damn well, so efficiently. Really rarely taking any Bailings to the face. Oh, the splits! The Banelings, they clean up some of these Marines, but we get them some of the Hydras again. A very efficient trade. GG gets called. Lambo is broken. And Clem takes game number 1. GG. And that was pretty impressive from Clem. What's scary about what just happened here is that there was never anything really fancy from Clem. It was pretty standard play from him. Remember, it was 3cc into Liberator, into Hellion Harass. A really big part of the early game is that Clem didn't lose his Hellions. Remember, he was so careful with them, dipping in every now and then, getting a couple of drones here and there, eventually able to use them later on with his follow-up medevac push with Hellbats instead to help support his army, and that's when he was able to catch Queens. That's when he was able to, again, make sure that no creep was ever spread towards the south, and able to just keep the pressure up and trade so damn well against the Banelings and Hydras of Lambo. And Lambo, over time, just could not keep up. GG. GG, well played. Just really impressive stuff there from Clem. Again, nothing too fancy, nothing too out of the norm. Not like, say, like a Beyond style of going like additional Raxes early on with Reapers or anything like that. Like, yeah, just straight up play from Clem. Getting into his 4th, of course, and getting into his 8 racks. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone. We have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And speaking of a more Beyond style with Reapers, it's looking to be the case here. Clem going for the low ground Raxes. Let's go. So this time, Clem is going to be deviating from the norm. I'm curious if he's going to be investing into the second Rax here. There we go. SCV is moving on to low ground. And we'll be working on that second Rax. So it's going to be a 2 Rax Reaper opener from Clem. He has the option to go into a 3rd Rax in the main and go Mass Reaper. That is an option. That is something that both Bjorn and Kior love to mix in. We'll see if Clem does so as well, or if we just invest into a natural base. Now, the goal here, as we do have a Hatch Gas Pool, a standard opener out of Lambo, the goal here from Clem, the goal of this opener, is to delay the 3rd. Is to apply a lot of pressure and make the early game very uncomfortable for the Zerg player, and to delay that 3rd base for as long as we can. Again, it is just going to be a 2 Rax here from Clem. From here, we expand, we transition into a natural, into our factory, into a 3rd CC, and get into a longer game. Meanwhile, Lambo still has to recognize what exactly is going on. A lot of the Korean Zergs are a lot more well versed against this. Like, they're very much so practiced against this, just because this is all that Bjorn does, and all that he did, especially last season. Just 2 Rax variations. The foreign Zerg players a little bit less so. I say a little bit just because Clem and Hero Marine did adopt this as well. They do mix it in every now and then, but they're not as committed and they're not as reliant on it as Beyond, for example. As the Reaper does slip into the natural, again, going to be dancing with the units here of Lambo. Trying to pick off whatever we can, and it looks like we can get 1 Ling. Not bad. 2 Lings even. Oh my god. He wants the 3rd. Won't quite get it. Second Reaper has revealed itself, and again, our goal here for Clem is to rotate between these bases. We're looking for the 3rd base. We see none. Lambo successfully hiding this drone, by the way. Very nicely done. Has hidden the drone, but again, is contained to 2 bases. As Reapers do rotate into the main base. We have a 4th and a 5th Reaper on the way. Again, we should only be going up to 5 Reapers max. And behind this, 3rd CC. We're double expanding, going for the natural and the 3rd base. Clem looking to get into the mid game. And he's getting a lot done. The Queen's out of position. Oh. Queen's not quite where they need to be, and it looks like we're just going for the dive. We're going for another Queen. And it looks like we will get it. Big pick off here from Clem. And he doesn't lose anything, by the way. Link speed has wrapped up there, has finished up, and it looks like Clem is getting caught out. At least one of these Reapers is. Third base has been spotted. Oh my god. A really good movement here out of Clem, keeping that Reaper alive for as long as he can. And even though this Reaper is of it, oh my god, almost escaped. This would have been its way out. But even though the Reaper goes down, Clem survives with everything else. The other 4 Reapers did make it out. We have a bunker behind the wall just in case Lambo goes for an all-in. Just in case Lambo goes for a Bane Bust. And Clem is pretty well secure. I wouldn't blame Lambo for going for an all-in from this position just because he sustained so much damage. His third base was delayed, he lost a queen, lost a lot of lings. But this is typically how you want to respond. If you're ever in this position as a Zerg player, double expand. Just because Lambo's been stuck on 2 bases for so long, we need the 3rd and the 4th as quickly as possible to recover. Likewise, gas is now being taken as well. I'm curious if Lambo is going to be going into Roaches. Roaches is definitely an option here for Lambo. But I feel like we probably already would have seen a Roach Warren. With this fast lair, it's looking like Baneling Nest? We'll see. As tech is soon going to be thrown down. As there it is, Baneling Nest is on the way. So a very safe style here out of Lambo. Essentially, he's going to be delaying his Evo Chambers in favor of faster Banelings and Baneling speed. A very safe way to play. Now, unfortunately, Lambo's gambling a little bit here. So basically, Lambo, he's not fully aware of the transition. For all he knows, it could have been a 4-axe. 4-axe transitions are very common after a 2-axe Reaper. So it looks like Lambo was preparing for that. Little does Lambo know that Clem was being very greedy. Again, he went into a very fast 3rd CC and is now getting it up and running. So this safe style out of Lambo isn't really worth it in the end. Just because he's opting to hinder himself a little bit here, while Clem is getting away with a lot more greed. There's nothing really to be safe against. As Bathing Speed is going to be on the way, we do have our 2 Evo Chambers for eventually 1-1. Lambo getting his 4th base up and running. Going to be droning. And now Clem is going to be active. Again, he's going to be keeping his main forces back at home. He's going to be keeping his tanks back at home. And he's only being active with harassing units. We have a double drop on the left-hand side, and we have Reapers on the right. And we do get eyes on the 5th. 5th base has been spotted. Marines are going to be pushing on forward. There are some Banelings in position, but they are slow. Do you find an Overlord? At the same time, Lambert threatening a run-by. As the Reapers do slip into the main base. We do catch the Queens! Oh my god. I'm getting some deja vu. That's 4 Queens going down at the same time. A Ling counterattack here, but we do get cleaned up. Clem did have reinforcements back at home. He cleans up the run by. And this double drop is getting out of hand. We got 4 Queens and 2 workers as well. We can fight. We can even fight the Lings. Oh my god. As Bathing Speed kicks in and Lambo is going to be able to keep up with this drop. But that was a brutal trade. It looks like Lambo did kill a tank across the map. That suddenly makes this a little bit more worth it for Lambo, but still not ideal. As now Clem is going for a split push. 2 active drops. 1 on the left, 1 on the right. And how many queens do we have? We have 5 queens, essentially 1 for each base. We only have enough queens to inject. We have 2 more on the way. Thankfully, Lambo, he's replacing the ones that he lost. Getting up to 7 queens. Lambo taking a lot of damage here, but he's going to be able to force this back. Good. Target firing. Shaving off those Banelings. Picking off 3 of them. And once again, Lambo just pulled out of position. This hatchery is going to go down. Moving out at the wrong moment. Oh my god, the target firing. Getting a couple of those Banelings trading well against the Lings. And Lambo is just having a very hard time keeping up. Working on 2-2. Do we have a we don't quite have a Hydrogen yet, so it's just pure Ling Bane from Lambo. And Clem this time is reinforcing. This time is moving out with his main army. With Widowmines, tanks, a couple of Hellions to support, additional medevacs. This is no longer just a harassing drop, and we are committed. Meanwhile, Lambo is across the map going for a counterattack. He's catching some SCVs, but I don't think Lambo can stop the main army. Not with what he has. He's going to be denying the fourth, but what about his own third? What about his own fourth base here? Mine's just going to be going off. Good splits here, good stutter stepping out of Clem. Widowmines though, they're going to be bumping up the target firing. Up! We get every single Bailey. We clean up the Lings. And even though Lambo, it looks like he's going to be able to clean this up, it is not going to be a good trade for Lambo. As he takes down the tank. Lambo will hold. But Clem, you can see him already surpassing Lambo here in army supply. This is just purely off of the trades of how efficient Clem has been. Even here, catching some of those Banelings. And what do we have left here? We have 7 Banelings in production, and that is all the Banelings we have. There we go, 8 more Banelings on the way. But they're getting caught out. No, not like this! The Banelings! 3 of them get picked off. Every Baneling counts. At the same time, Lambo going for a big counterattack here towards the Planetary, but the Planetary is done! And Hot Pickup does avoid those Baneling connections. Looks like we can maybe get a kill on this 5th Nexus. No. The 5th Nexus is going to be left alive. Is going to survive. So we go for a Dewdrop here into the main base. Only Lings? No Baileys are left over, which means Clemmy can take this fight. He can clean up every single Ling in the main base. GG gets called. Clem snowballs out of control and will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very powerful performance there out of Clem. Lambo was able to keep up for the most part in the in the early game. But in both game 1 and game 2, Clem was able to, again, just show off how fast he is as a player, that he was able to just pull apart his opponent, pick off Queens, Lings, Banelings, left and right at every turn, and yeah, just pull Lambo apart. Really impressive stuff there out of Clem, and yeah, Lambo just unable to keep up with Clem in the end, and Clem will take that 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Well, Clem, of course, coming in as the favorite player in this group, but when it comes to who else makes it out of Group B, still a little bit more up in the air. I believe top 2 make it out of the group, which is brutal, by the way. I mean, that's crazy. With so many players in each of these groups, and only having top 2 is, it's brutal. It's wild. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, Lambo still one of the stronger Zerg players out there, and is going to be poised to try to claim that 2nd spot. As we can take a moment to have a look at what we've covered so far. Oh boy. Here we go. We're 2 hours in and we are halfway through. We just wrapped up our first 4 matches of the night. Lambo took down Drogo 2-1. Again, I mentioned earlier that I was very impressed that Drogo was able to force the ace match out of Lambo and also take down Shadown as well. So yeah, really impressive stuff out of Drogo so far here in Group B. Outside of that though, Lambo, even though he struggled against Clem in ZVP, he had a lot more success here and was looking dominant against Estrella even. I mean, I say dominant. That was a wild series. I recommend watching it. Without getting into too much, game 1 was on Equilibrium and both Estrella and Lambo raced into gold bases, and in game number 2, Estrella rushed into Skytoss. So, that was a wild ZVP, and even though it was a 2-0 on the side of Lambo, that was still just a very chaotic series overall, so it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We also had that PvP between Drogo and Shadown as well. And that is our first half of the broadcast in the books, but we still have plenty more ahead of us. as we do quickly switch over a bit. Oh, there we go. We have another 4 matches ahead of us here. We're going to be kicking it off with some TVPs. We've been focusing a lot on Protoss and Zerg in the first half, but now we can divulge a little bit more in our Terran side of things. And we're going to be featuring a player that we haven't casted yet, CranKy. The best player in all of Romania was in Group B as well. So it's going to be Showdown versus CranKy, which, again, CranKy is more of a niche player. If you're familiar with the online tournament scene, then we've casted plenty of CranKy, of course, on the channel. But if you're only familiar with like the Premier tournaments, then maybe you're, again, a little bit less familiar. So I'm excited to cast more of CranKy. He's crazy. It's CranKy. So I do think he's pretty comparable skill-wise against Showdown, so I do think that's going to be a pretty close series overall. Then we have Clem versus Estrella, Lambo versus Showdown, and Drogo versus CranKy to end the night as well. So we have another 4 best of 3s. So with that, we're actually going to be going on a short break. Now that we've reached that halfway mark, we're going to be going on a short break. I am out of water. It's empty. I'm completely out of water. I am dehydrated, so take this moment to hydrate your Hydra, stretch roaches, massage your marines, drain your disruptors, and we're going to be back in 5 or so minutes here with the second half of Group B. We're getting there. Until then, enjoy the Brutal OST. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we have returned with the second half of the broadcast, the second half of HomeStory Cup 24 Group B. A round robin group stage, of course, and we already had some really fun matches, some amazing matches. For me, the highlight was still Estrella versus Lambo. Clem was impressive, don't get me wrong. Clem was dominant, but Estrella versus Lambo was very chaotic and very wild, and even some of the other matches as well, of course, were amazing games to be had. But now we're here to feature a player that we haven't casted yet. It is going to be Showdown versus Cuckoo in a PVT. Again, Cuckoo is one of the younger generation of European players. There's quite a lot of them, actually. Now that I think about it, there's players like Arrowfire, Eva, there's Cuckoo, there's Baby Marine, to name a few. Akedon, for example, Battle B. There's a lot of up-and-coming players in the European region. So many of them, actually. It's really hard to stand out just because... you know, it's still very top-heavy. You know, when we think of like Terran, Protoss, and Zerg, we think of the best of the best. We think of Lambo and Raynor, Serral, Clem, Hero Marine, Skillus, Showtime. It can be really hard. It can be really hard to distinguish ourselves. But there are just so many players in Europe, and yeah, we're able to feature at least some more of them here in this group stage. And I'm ready for it. I'm ready for some PVT action. The first of many. The first of many. Again, we still have four more matches ahead of us. It's going to be Cuckoo versus Showdown. We have Clem versus Estrella, Lambo versus Showdown, and Petit Drogo versus Cuckoo to end the night. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Romanian Terran player, the best player in all of Romania, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Protoss, the red Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Showdown. Now, there are some people that pronounce him Shadone. I pronounce him Showdown. Do I know which one is correct? I do not. My brain just goes Showdown, like you're going down. But I know, I think Asher says Shadone, like shadow. Shadone, I guess. I doubt it. Like, if he's actually clarified how to pronounce his name, let us know. Let us know. I'll try to adjust if it's the other way. Regardless, we're getting into this. We do have a double gas opener out of Cuckoo. Cuckoo is typically a more aggressive player in this matchup. We have seen him quite a bit in events like OSC King of the Hill, for example, and he has been very assertive and very aggressive. That could just be because of the tournament style. For those who maybe haven't tuned into OSC King of the Hill before, it is a best-of-1 format tournament, so that could be why we've mainly seen all-ins out of Cuckoo, but regardless, we'll see what direction he takes us in. Essentially, because it's a double gas opener, we're going for a delayed CC, a faster factory from our Terran player. Now, this doesn't have to lead into one-based all-in, but it can. Especially on a map as small as Golden Aura. Meanwhile, Showdown just going to be going for a gate expand into the Cyber Core. Everything is looking as it should. There's that factory on the way, as we mentioned. This should be a factory into a CC. If we see a starport first, we'll freak out. Don't worry. We'll be sure to point it out. As we keep our eye on a Terran, again, Cuckoo is going to be taking a more assertive position here in the early game. Reaper moving out, making sure that there is no hidden pylon, no hidden proxy. Making sure that everything is looking as it should. As we ease into our opener of choice. And we have our tech from Showdown. It is going to be a Stargate. Okay. We have a couple of options, whether it's a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate. And with this Stargate-based opener, this should be Phoenixes. We could opt to go for Oracles instead for a more aggressive style here from the Protoss. Oracles or Phoenixes both have their place in PVT. Meanwhile, we are going for the add-on swap. I assumed it wouldn't be just because the factory was so far behind. It was so far in the main base, but the reasoning for that was so that the Probe Scout couldn't get eyes on the tech of choice, or on the opener itself. But we are going for the factory. Meanwhile, Adept does manage to shade in, does get eyes on the building CC, does get into the main base, does get eyes on the starport as well. A full scout here from Showdown, even getting a kill on the Reaper. Very nicely done. Well, as we want that final SCV, we will get it. 2 workers go down. The full scouts, the Reaper, and now it's going to be on Showdown to defend back at home. And there it is. We have the shield battery in the mineral line. We have a Phoenix in production as well. Not going to be the Oracle. And Cuckoo opened up the Hellion and is following it up with a Widow Mine drop. Widow Mine drop soon to make its way towards the main base of Showdown. Showdown behind this going to try and take a more defensive position. Phoenixes are patrolling. And we'll see if Cuckoo can make some magic happen here. Essentially, he's going to have an abundance of Widow Mines getting into the main. He's also going to have Hellions threatening the natural base as well. It's going to be on Showdown to split up his units. It's going to be on Cuckoo to try to pull Showdown apart. Oh, and oh my god. We are committing, by the way. We're doubling down and getting into an armory. So it's not just a quadruple mine drop. We have an armory as well, which means detection is required. And we do not have detection, by the way. Okay, so a lot of this is going to come down to the Phoenixes. If we can lift up these Widow Mines before they can burrow, even though we don't have detection, we can deal with this and we can clean up these Widow Mines. Otherwise, this could get out of hand. Now, thankfully, Showdown is now working with the Hellions. Oh, they dive in a little bit prematurely. Oh. Again, ideally, we use the Hellions to distract, giving the opportunity for these Widow Mines to burrow. But again, even though this robo is still in production, it still takes time to get into that detection, to get into those observers. And here comes the mines. Widow Mines, they will burrow in the main base. We do lift one. Ooh. Big Mine's just going to be going off here, and we now realize that we need those observers. We go straight for the medevac. Medevac goes down, we go back to mining, and the observer is in production. So far, so good. Now, these Widow Mines will reset. Will they all reset? It's going to be close. Here comes another mine drop. We're not stopping. Up. Oh, delayed reaction. Mine's just going to be going off, and we get the observer. Big shot, and now we can reset in the main. Oh my god, Cuckoo, you're an animal. He goes for the skin, he gets a kill on that observer, and we do get 6 more probe kills, and we can get another wave of mine shots. Will we though? Observer has arrived, slipping into the main, and we are going to clean this up. Cuckoo needed a little bit more time. And it looks like, yeah, we will pick up every single Widow Mine. No, one went off! We forgot. I even forgot one as well. There was 1 Widow Mine, 8 probe kills here in the natural. Aye. And suddenly, that's worth it. Looking at the units lost tab, it was 8 Widow Mines for 16 probes. Oh my god. Again, that final mine shot did make it worth it in the end. Behind this, we're getting into some Cyclones to defend, getting into the rest of our rack setup. 3-1-1. Third TC already well underway here for Cuckoo. A very fast third. So Cuckoo does have an economic lead. Is trying to keep up with these Phoenixes, but they will bypass the main army. They get into the mineral line, and this is very necessary damage. Showdown, he needs to do some counter damage here. 4 SCVs go down. Not too bad. Ideally, he would like some more, but we have Cyclones in position. Oh, we have Vikings as well. Phoenix is taking a lot of hits, but will manage to escape. As Showdown is going Phoenix into Colossus. The Bay is done. Colossi are in production. A pretty solid unit composition here from Showdown. But again, his economy is still lackluster. It's still recovering from the early game. And again, Cuckoo is already getting his third. Very fast third. I feel like I need to put some more emphasis on that. Just how fast this third is going to be and how much Cuckoo is keeping up in the economy with Showdown. It's down in workers for the time being, but mules are going to make up for that. Speaking of, the mule hammer is real. And we're getting this third up and running at the same time, though. Showdown not going down without a fight. Gets 3 more worker kills at the natural base. Oh, we do get some big lock-ons, though. The Phoenixes survive, but they are so battered and so bruised. Oh, Cuckoo. He is looking for them. He wants them. Behind this, we have a Colossus. We're going straight into Disruptor, question mark? Oh my god, we're going straight to Disruptors behind this. bold move out of Shutdown. I'm a little bit perplexed. We have a Colossus into one Disruptor into an Immortal. Splash damage is what we really want to be focusing on here, and Shutdown, it feels like he's a little bit all over the place when it comes to this army. I mean, to be fair, Cuckoo is investing quite heavily into mass Marauder production, so I can see the argument for Immortals, don't get me wrong, but ideally you start Immortal production after you have a solid Colossus count. You know, we get like 2, maybe 3 Colossus first, then the Immortals. So really interesting to see Shutdown invest a little bit earlier into those Immortals, and hopefully it pays off. The scan does reveal the army. Now we're going back into Colossus, which we do need. We'll see if we can get there. Speaks, they do get in between the bases. Yeah, 1 SCV. They're at least keeping an eye on the main army, keeping Cuckoo pinned back at home. You get 3 more workers for the cost of 1 Phoenix. Let's see Cuckoo, though. He wants to try to catch this army. Uh-oh. The Phoenixes! No! They come across the Marines, and 1, 2 of them, 3 of them go down. The Phoenix count cut in half. Forced to recall. As we get another Phoenix towards the end, only 2 remain. And this opens up drop play. Yeah, immediately, we load up. As soon as the Protoss player loses too many Phoenixes, bam, we can go for some drops. And it's going to be that much more difficult for Shutdown to keep up and even try to shut them down. His main army is becoming a little bit more robust. We're now back up to 3 Colossi, and now we're going back into Immortals. Things are looking a lot more well-rounded here for Shutdown's main army. See if he can keep up. Does have those 2 Phoenixes patrolling outside the main, but they won't have the DPS to focus on the medevacs in time. We'll see if Cuckoo commits. As he does scan. Zealot Runback comes in, gonna get a couple of SCVs. As Cuckoo tries to avoid that pylon, is spotted by that probe. And we're going for the boost. Oh, we do pull back. Cuckoo getting the hell out of there. Behind this, 4 CCs on the way. Getting into quite an amount of Marauders, now into Ghosts. Ghost Academy is done. And the drop is coming back home. So Cuckoo respecting Shutdown quite a bit here, considering that he got spotted, is aware that Shutdown is most likely in position. Shutdown is now working towards Blink, +2. Refining his army. And he's got that 1 Disruptor as well. Bear that in mind. But only 1 Disruptor. How good is it ever going to be? Ooh, not bad. Pretty good connection here, taking down the Cyclone and Marauder. Handful of Marines. Meanwhile, the Vikings going ham. They take down one of the Colossus already before the fight even starts. As the armies do dance with each other, we do see Shutdown going for a big Zealot. I say big, just a Zealot counterattack, catching some SCVs. We do have some reinforcements back at home, but workers are going to go down at the same time. Cuckoo pushing in, does come across the fresh mining base, is looking for a cancel on the 5th. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Big misstep there by Shutdown. That is 400 minerals down the drain. This Cuckoo's going to be rotating around. Mine shot's going to be going off. Another Zealot Runback coming in. This time Cuckoo is ready for it. Planetary is on the way. And Cuckoo's main army is backing up. Oh, I love the bunker behind the mineral line. Let's go. Just a really awkward position for the Zealots to engage. Another Zealot, sorry, a DT Runback coming in. Meanwhile, the Colossi are exposed. There it goes up. Next with the Marines, and every single Colossus is going to be going down. We have detection. Turrets are in position. The Dark Templar, they get a couple of SCVs, but it's not going to be enough. As these have been some expensive losses here for Shutdown. The Colossus, not again! god, getting every single Colossus. DT run by gets cleaned up. We do have Shidan trying to sneak into the main base with that War Prism, but I do want to favor the main army of Cuckoo. Unfortunately, he does have some supply invested into these Vikings, and they don't have the most use at the moment. The Prism gets in. Big warp in. A lot of zealots into the main base. Getting a lot of damage done here. 7 SCVs already going down. Cuckoo racing back into his own main. Goes off. 3 Marauders. Big pickup, actually. Down, he rotated over towards that third. Disruptor's looking exposed. We go for the dive. Diver! Big connection. Massive shot here in the main army of Cuckoo. Oh, and this may just be too much. Sometimes one shot is all you need. Cuckoo wants to chase us down. At the same time, oh, a second warping into the main base. We catch an Immortal. This time we have a couple of DTs sprinkled in as well. Yeah, we go for the scan. Looks like Cuckoo does maintain control of his main. He's going to be turning back around. Unfortunately, there's still one Viking left. If we can lift this Viking, we can go straight for this Prism, but not too sure if we are aware of its location. Shidan getting his 4th up and running, working on a 5th. Sorry, 5th up and running, working on a 6th. Shidan with the much better economy. But Cuckoo is still up in army supply. But he needs to go. Like, Shidan is double expanding right now. Like, this is gonna get insane. With a better economy, Shidan can transition into Skytoss. For now, double Disruptor production. Storm is on the way. Main army's gonna be clashing Big EMP. Where are the Disruptors? The diver! Ooh, big connection once again. Prism finally gonna get picked up. But what is worrisome is that Shidan did lose all of his Disruptors earlier, so he's only got 1 with the main army. Double drop moving towards the left-hand side. Main army soon to clash. Never goes up. Oh god! Does shave off a good chunk of units. But here comes that drop. Storm isn't done. We will get a kill, not a cancel on that Nexus. Nice pickup here from Cuckoo. A very necessary pickup as well. And Shidan is out of position, by the way. He dragged everything over to defend against this triple drop, which means Cuckoo has an opening and he can go for another Nexus. Nice Templar. Oh, Storm was done, but a little bit too late. We do force a recall. But the Nexus goes down. The recall is cancelled. And Cuckoo, he snipes another base. Getting a kill this Nexus for the 2nd time. Mine's just going to be going up. We go for the scan. Cuckoo will retreat as well. Does come across the top right Nexus. We can't really do much about it. Ooh, is going to be cleaned up. Pretty big loss here for Cuckoo. Beasts will finally fall. We do save some of the ghosts, but that was an expensive trade here for the Terran. Oh, and Cuckoo has lost a lot of momentum as a result. He was able to kill 2 bases, which is good, but Shidan still has top right. Oh, and he's going for a massive DT counterattack. Dark Templar coming in. The main base is soon to be taken here as a 5th. Oh, big catch there, big EMP. Oh, and this is an expensive loss for Shidan. This is not your typical Zealot run by DTs. That was not cheap. Storm is coming in. Do you have to respect those storms? Shidan fighting with only half his army. His other half is out here towards the left-hand side. Nova goes off. Once again, connects with the Marauders. These Novas from Shidan, they've been connecting more for the not. Once again! Big storm as well, but that's all the splash damage, and now Cuckoo can stim on forward and get on top of this army. The overcharge is going to force him back, but he's breaking through. Never goes off, but it will not connect. Not this time. Good target firing out of Cuckoo, and he has broken the top right-hand base. This army finally responds. But it may just be too late. Oh my god, speaking of too late, we do go for a big DT counterattack. We take down the planetary. It's like it's 2020 all over again. Big pig off there, forced it down, but he's running into the main army. Rallying into his death. Now, what's important, even though Cuckoo just lost a planetary, it's replaced. Immediately it is replaced here by another CC. So not the biggest loss for Cuckoo. Oof, that one Dark Templar getting quite a bit done. When it comes to the main army, what do we have to defend? What's the splash damage we have to work with? ICMP, we have one Storm. We have one Disruptor and two more High Templar. That's all we have left. Oh my god, once again, sniping the High Templar this time. There's one High Templar left. One Nova goes off and will not connect. Charge off, they race on forward, but it looks like Cuckoo just has too much. Big Storm. But the splits the concave. And Cuckoo can collapse on this army. Only gateway units left. Stalkers and Zealots. One more Disruptor on the way. Oh, oh my god. Good connection. But these are just expensive losses here for Shidan. Does have these two bases up and running, but it's not going to be enough. They haven't been mining for long. And Cuckoo, he should be able to take down this northern base. The minefield just cutting off the army. Oh my god. Decent mine connections. Cuckoo forced to turn back around. I mean, Blink was on cooldown. Does pick up a couple of those Stalkers. And he's going straight for the mineral line. Straight for the Nexus. Getting a kill here for the third time. Getting on top of the probes as well. Shidan is going to try and chase this down. And to be fair, this army is over-simmed. But it's still so powerful. Just decides to turn back around, fights the army head-on. Remind Hasbar takes down the Observers. That was not intentional, but that was pretty sick. As Cuckoo is looking for another mining base, making sure that he is the one in control. He's going to lose a medevac, but the reinforcements have arrived. Cuckoo now taking another base. It's going to be rallying across the map. These Disruptors have been keeping Shidan alive, but I believe we have no more High Templar. Yep, no more High Templar, no more Storms. It's been getting into Immortal production, which against this kind of army isn't really going to be able to achieve too much. Getting another Observer. Shidan has been holding on, don't get me wrong. He's been holding on for dear life. But it's just been losing too many high-value targets. Like, his Robo army been reset time and time again. He's been never able to build up a Death Ball of a Colossus or Disruptor army outside of the start of the game. Big DT counterattack. Gonna get some SCVs. Liberators, they have arrived. The freedom is here. We're going for the dive. Big connection there on the Colossus. Getting on top of the Disruptor as well. DTs, they are wreaking havoc. Don't get us wrong. Damage is being done. We got 7 SCV kills. And we're going for another base. There's no turret. There's no planetary. SCVs are going down. Well, we cut off the army for a second time. And this Nexus is going to fall for that. That's the 4th time this game that this Nexus has gone down. You're right. Shidan just wants to get to work. He just wants to mine, but Cuckoo is stimming on forward once again, focusing down that Disruptor just in time. And it looks like finally Cuckoo has broken through into the natural on top of the production. And Shidan just cannot engage, not anymore. Scanning the goal base once again. Cuckoo just making sure that he is in the driver's seat. The DT harass has been getting a lot done though. Cuckoo down to 34 SCVs. But he's in the main base. GG gets called, and Cuckoo will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Cuckoo. I mean, that was a bit of a more back and forth here between our players, but overall, like, he was able to have some really good main army fights. The Prism harass into the main base was keeping Shutdown in it for quite some time. His DT harass, his Zealot harass, it was achieving quite a lot. But when it came to the main armies, that's where Shutdown was really lacking. You know, he was really lacking his major splash damage. Even though he would get up to a handful of disruptors at a time, he would very quickly lose them. I don't think he ever had more than 3 disruptors at a time in that game. Cuckoo was just so good when it came to just diving and sniping them whenever he could, making sure that, you know, that disruptor count was kept in check, and eventually did take game number 1. GG. GG, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. I remember Cuckoo joining Alpha X before I left. Oh, potentially. He would have been very young though. That would have been like, what, like a 17-year-old Cuckoo? Maybe 16? How old is Cuckoo now? I think he's like 20? Maybe 21? Let me just double check. He's 19 years old. Oh my god. And he joined Alpha X when? In 2019. Jesus, so he would have been a young boy back. That's crazy that it's been that long since Alpha X was around. Been a while. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the Romanian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Platinum Heroes. It is Shutdown. We go. So Cuckoo would have been around, what, 15 years old? Jesus. When he joined Alpha X. Aye. We're all so old, man. So old. Miguel was hyping him up a lot. Oh. I mean, makes sense. I mean, again, there were and there are still a lot of young players, is the thing. I remember Alpha X had quite a lot of them, right? Like Alpha X, they had Arrowfire back in the day. A big reason as to why I think Alpha X invested quite a lot into like the junior championship and these like younger league events was to support the young up-and-comers at the time. Yeah. For sure. And now they're all old. He's 19. Time to retire, Papi. Oh my god. Past his prime. Kappa. Yo, Eva still makes me feel old. Eva's like, what, 14 years old? Crazy. Now we're all boomers. It's over. We're all retired. We're grandpas. Not like this. As I get into this, and oh, this time we do have a very different opener here. Okay, so to wind it back a little bit, as we were reminiscing of times gone by, Cuckoo this time went for a much more economic opener. Went for a Rax Expand, single gas opener into a delayed factory, a much faster CC, so a much more economic opener in game number 2. Meanwhile, Shutdown this time did not go Stargate, is going for a Twilight Council opener instead, is looking to go for Blink Stalkers. Should be looking to go for Blink Stalkers. So a much more aggressive style here out of Shutdown, or potentially. We'll see how many gateways we thrown down. For now, we have the second gateway on the way. This could just be a 2-gate Blink opener into a third base. We'll keep an eye on Shutdown as Cuckoo will pick up another Adept. Or the first Adept. Not too bad. Getting into his 1-1-1. Important we point this out that we did invest into the second Gas Geyser. CC first can sometimes lead into 3 Raxes, which would be ideal against Stargate-based openers. Stargate-based openers. as we can see here, it's just a 1-1-1. Behind this, we are investing into additional gateways. We have the second gateway finishing up. We have the third gateway on the way. So Shidan playing very safe here. With 3 gateways, you can be assertive. You can gain map control. We are essentially delaying our third in favor of additional warp-ins and additional stalkers. So there we go. The stalkers are on the way. Meanwhile, Cuckoo going for a very interesting opener here. It was a 1-1-1. I assumed it would be, potentially a mine drop setup, or maybe even a Raven-based opener, which is not unheard of in this matchup. Quite common, actually. But instead, Banshees. Cloak Banshees are on the way. And Cloak Banshees can do a surprising amount of damage. Even if you have detection, even if you have observers, Cloak Banshees can really wreak havoc here. Like 1 or 2 Banshees can just eviscerate a mineral line. We'll see. But now it is going to be a very delayed third, actually. So Shidan is going for a 3-gate blink into a robotics bay, then into a third nexus. Third should be soon on the horizon. Marine is going to get eyes on this, does get eyes on the probe. And Shidan should soon be throwing down that nexus, and there it is. It is now on the way. But again, it is a very delayed third base in favor of a larger army and a higher form of tech. And here we go. Now that the Prism has arrived, Shidan is moving out, pushing across the map. Likewise, so is Cuckoo. Well, a couple of boys are being pulled. Banshee dipping into the main base. Shidan not in position to defend, by the way, so this Banshee is going to go to town. And we could end up in a weird base trade. As Banshee's going to be able to get 3 probe kills here in the main base, going to get a 4th as well. Detection has arrived. At the same time, Cuckoo pushing straight towards that natural, going straight for that pylon. The question becomes, do we recall or do we commit? And we're committing, but we have a tank. We have a tank in the main base, and we do pull back. Shidan, he's in a world of hurt right now because he loses control of his natural. Scans the main base, forced to recall. Bunkers are on the way. The tank is sieged. And this is just the worst case scenario here for Shidan. He couldn't commit to the base trade. There was too much at home to defend. And he is losing this natural base. The boys are being pulled. Oh, no. The boys are being pulled to try to gain control of the low ground, but we will not. The tank falls, but so does the Nexus. Cuckoo is going to be forced back, but this has been more than worth it. Cuckoo will retreat. Meanwhile, across the map, it looks like Shidan is getting a couple of SCV kills. He's putting in the work. Got 6 SCVs here at the natural. Shidan thankfully still has his third base that he can saturate, but this is a really rough position here for the Protoss. Again, remember, he cut corners. I say he cut corners. He invested quite heavily here into this aggression, and it just has not paid off. There is no bunker, but we're pushing into tank fire. Still a lot of stalkers. 16 stalkers. We can bypass the natural. We can blink into the main. But there are 2 tanks in position. Shidan is going for it. He is going for the dive. Blinks into the main base. Takes some tank shots to the face. Stim isn't done. Bear that in mind. These are vanilla Marines, so they're not really that threatening. But their goal is just to protect the tanks. That's all they have to do. Protect those tanks. Banshee rocks up once again, forcing a defensive warp in. Shidan is forced out. Forced out of the bases. We do have Colossus production getting underway here for our Protoss, but the economy is still in favor of Cuckoo. Third CC is on the way, and finally Stim has finished, which means this double jump is going to be quite terrifying. Shidan is being very active. Back at home, he does have some units, thankfully. He's got a handful of Stalkers. He has the Colossus, but his main is looking very exposed. There's a lot of potential here for Cuckoo to pull apart his opponent, and here we go, he's pushing. And that's a lot of tanks. That's 5 tanks here for Cuckoo. Pushing right down the middle. At the same time, double drop into the main base. Forcing a recall. Do you recall in time? The Marines are going to be able to trade with the Stalkers. We do pick off a couple of them. 2, 3 Stalkers go down. A 4th Stalker. Oh my god. And the Colossus, we do have a shield battery, thankfully, at the third base. We need that overcharge. It is going to be popped. Speaking of no, bit of a miss rally. A second Colossus goes down. Well, the second Colossus just rallies into its death. And this tank position is just brutal. We're within range of the Robo. The Robo is going to fall. No more Colossi. At the same time, we do get a Zealot warping into the main base, but we have reinforcements back at home. We are bullying the boys. And Cuckoo, he will hold. And across the map, these tanks, they just reign supreme. There's only a handful of a handful of units to protect them, but regardless, we shut down the Robo production. The Banshee going for no shot. There's no shot that we get a kill on the Colossus, right? Observers coming in. Stalkers are on the way. Can we get the Colossus? One of us. We will snipe the final Colossus of Showdown. He doesn't have a Robo. He can't replace it. Ay, ay, ay. Cuckoo popping off. Again, the Banshee opener more than paying for itself. We only have gateway units. We have a backup Robo on the way for Showdown, but he needs time. He also needs to make sure that Cuckoo doesn't get out of hand. We are going for a big counterattack. We do come across the third. We just muled, by the way. Mule's going to be forced back. Oh my, how many tanks do we have? 8! 8 tanks. I mean, we preserved them earlier. Only 1 tank went down. And we have not. We're still continuing tank production. We're gonna have 9. That's a bit excessive. Not gonna lie. That's we could maybe do with like some like tech labs and additional Marauder production, but it's fine. We'll just commit to the tanks. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we dive on top of the prison. The prison's gonna go down. Now we cannot harass anymore. We can't really threaten the main base of Cuckoo. And we are pushing with a massive army. Cuckoo, he may have half the working out, but he's pulling the boys. It's a straight up all in at a Cuckoo. And he knows how much of an advantage he has. It may not have an economy, but who needs an economy? Freedom has arrived as well. Next is going to be falling. And there's just no way to engage. Okay, the only way here is if Cuckoo gets caught unsieged. He somehow is caught unsieged. But alas, that's not going to happen. As Cuckoo is just forcing his way into the natural. Showdown going for a counterattack. But there's not much to kill. I mean, the boys were pulled. There's just not much at home. I'm disrupted. Oh! Oh, the splits! Splits do pop up. We do have a backup third base here from Showdown. But we load up. We drop here on the high ground. 1 tank does go down. But we are camping the production. A second tank falls as well. Due to friendly fire. Across the map, 2 more SCVs go down. Again, we barely have an economy. There it goes up. But not the connection we're looking for. Yeah, and the splits are too good. It connects with nothing. We're forced to recall. We will escape. Oh my god, we've recalled to the death of these tanks within range even. The disruptors have arrived, and Showdown, he's going for the base trade, but this is such a late base trade out of Showdown. He's already lost his main. Showdown doesn't have an economy. He can't afford another Nexus. God, that's a lot of libs. That's a lot of freedom, papi. Here we go, we're diving on forward. Liberators were a little bit late to siege, so we're going to be able to break through. Liberators will go down. They did clean up all those Archons. At the same time, we come across the probes. The final Nexus goes down. Showdown has been revealed. Now, he does have a couple of probes out on the map. Shidown can afford a pylon. Or a gas gun. No, he gets found! This is the final probe! And the final worker will fall. Shidown, what you see is what you get. These are all the buildings he has left, but Cuckoo, he's turning back around. He's not going for the elimination. He wants to go for the army. He changed his mind. It's so good. The Cuckoo's realized, you know what? I could just kill these buildings. True. 2 pylons left over. Shield battery, a gas geyser. We have a handful of buildings here. We have 1 pylon in the main base. And there is no way for Shidown to win. He has no units in the air. As long as we can float some buildings into dead space, they will never die. And this is it, the final building. GG gets called, and Cuckoo will take the series 2-0, taking down Shidown. GG. Oh, my God. GG, well played. A wild game there out of Cuckoo again. He was quite behind in the economy for quite some time, but he was just doing such a great job when it came to his pushes, when it came to his engagements, getting on top of the production, catching Shidown out of position multiple times. And yeah, Shidown, he just was more than anything really lacking map awareness and map vision, able to keep up with the movement of the army of his opponent, and yeah, as a result, just it was a really awkward game out of Shidown. Multiple times he was kind of in a weird base trade scenario where he couldn't really commit, and yeah, Shidown was caught out multiple times there. GG, well played here by Cuckoo. He will take his series, his first series, I believe, of the group, and now we're getting ready for a very different kind of TVP. Or is it? We'll see. Up next, Clem versus Estrella. Let's go. Again, I feel like Cuckoo was more of the aggressor in that last series, but this time I'm sure that it's going to be Estrella who's looking to dictate the pace of the game. I'm ready. I'm ready for some more NA versus EU. I'm all for it. Here we go. See Alpha up. Oh, hello, Alpha up in the chat. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? As we're getting into our next best of 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the French Terran player representing Team Liquid, looking to be the favorite player in this entire group. Can anyone bring him down? It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the best player in all of the Americas, the reigning ESL Masters Winter Americas champion, as well as Summer champion. It is Estrella. For Matcherino Esports. Let's go again. In the absence of Neeb, in the ashes of Neeb, since he did retire, did step away from the game, Estrella has risen as the best in the Americas. Time and time again, season after season. He has been that regional champion. Of course, spending a lot of, oh my god, spending a lot of time in Korea this year. Of course, recently returning to the Americas for the holidays with his family. But we do see Clem opening up with a very aggressive style, going for a 2-Rax opener. 2-Rax Reaper out of Clem. Not proxied, bear that in mind, is back at home, but regardless, we're going to be in the face of Estrella. We'll see if Estrella can keep up. And I was not really expecting this, I'll be honest. I was not really expecting Clem to be the first to be aggressive. I was expecting more of that out of Estrella, but a bit of a role reversal. Bit of a role reversal here from Clem. He's going to be going for the CC on the low ground, but Reapers are in production. Clem is looking to try and get some economic damage with this. Going to be building up that Reaper count and getting across the map. Meanwhile, Estrella is going for a standard opener. It's going to be a gate expand into the cyber core. Everything is looking as it should. Now, unfortunately, Estrella didn't go for a probe scout. That's a pretty big moment right now. Because Estrella didn't go for the probe scout, he is in the dark. He doesn't know how aggressive Clem is going to be here in the early game. So he's not aware that he needs like a safety shield battery, for example, in the mineral line, a prioritization of units. So Australia won't really see this coming until Clem reveals it. As we're on 2 Reapers, we have a 3rd Reaper coming out and a 4th Reaper on the way as well. Meanwhile, the first scout of Australia is moving out across the map. It's going to be his Adept, and he is going to run into said Reapers, and Clem should be able to hunt this down. Australia, he wants to try to trade. He wants to try to pick up at least one of these Reapers, but he will get it. Trading 1 for 1. That's the best case scenario for Australia. Shutting down one of those Reapers. Behind this, there it is. Shield battery is now on the way. It is a late shield battery, but at least it is in production here. And hopefully finishing up just in time for these Reapers. Stalker in position. And we do see the Reapers ignoring the Stalker, going straight for the mineral line. Did you get one? We get 2 probes. Trying to squeeze into that main base. It looks like we will barely get in. Again, shield battery finishing up after 2 probes go down. And Australia will clean this up. In the end, 3 Reapers for 4 probes. I'm sure Clem wanted a little bit more damage out of that. Ooh. As behind this, he is getting into a 2-on-1. Oh, a little bit different here. More of a TVZ based follow-up, but we have seen this kind of rise in popularity at the start of the year. At the start of 2023. Reaper going to be delaying that 3rd base, is going to be forced away. Bearing in mind that the Reapers didn't just deal economic damage, but they also forced Australia to stay back at home to take a more defensive position instead. But yeah, straight up 2-1-1. So we should be going for an add-on swap into medevac production, and we are going for a stim timing here from Clem. Australia needs to get a read on this. He does have the sentry, so we can go for a hallucinated scout in a couple of moments. We should be seeing that. As Australia, is going for a gateway heavy composition. You don't see this too often. Australia going double forge. So this should be for a swarm toss style. This should be for blink stalkers as well as charge lots. It should be. We'll see. Basically, instead of going for a faster robotics bay into Colossus production, it should just be mass gateway units instead. Here comes Hallucination. It does get eyes on the 2-1-1. We do get eyes on the researching tech lab as well as the reactor on that starport. So Australia should be fully aware that drops are on the way. And he does confirm the medevac. And the move out as well. Oh my god. This Phoenix. Hallucination getting a lot done. Australia being very proactive. Does rock up. Is going to force the medevacs back home even. As we pick up quite a number of SCVs already. We do blink back into the army though. Clem set up the trap. Shuts down 3 of those stalkers. Big pickoffs here from the Terran. Behind this Australia, as we mentioned, going straight into charge. We do have a gateway explosion on the way. Now this is scary. Australia has been bleeding out some stalkers. And when it comes to this like quote-unquote swarm toss style of going into mass blink stalkers and mass charge lots, you do have to build up your stalkers over time. There we go, more gateways are on the way. Like, we don't have any big power spike with Colossus or Immortals or Disruptors. You need to build up your gateway army, and Australia has bled out a lot. Here we go, double drop into the main base. Australia out of position. Shield battery is going to be going down. And we can even delay the upgrades. Bit of an Artosis pylon. Both forges are depowered. We're going for some of these other fringe gateways as well. And Clem, he can just fight this head on. Go straight for the mineral line at the same time. Another drop on the left-hand side. And Australia, he can't keep up. The mineral line. 15, 18 probes go down. And on the other side, we're getting even more probe damage. The probes, they're so exposed. We get 19, 20 even. And this is just becoming game-ending damage as Clemmy targets down as many probes as he can just before he gets cleaned up. Australia, he will hold. He will, in a way, force this back, but he lost 23 probes in the process. His economy in shambles. His upgrade timing, not where he wants it to be. And because his economy is still in the process of recovering, his army is lacking. We needed like a massive wave of zealots coming out with this. That's just not what we have. And behind this, Clem, getting into his third CC. He's chilling, expanding, taking his third. Building up his army, and here we go. Clem is going for his push up in army supply. As he moves out, we do have a Zealot run by, but it's only two. It's all we can afford. Only 2 Zealots. We run into Widow Mines. And Clem can focus on his push. Now, we still have a decent chunk of Zealots here, so we're pretty heavily reliant on these Widow Mine shots. That's still a lot of mines. Minefield is insane. Estrella trying to go in for a surround. Ooh, big mine shots though. As we just load up, we just go straight for the main base, bypassing the main army. Forcing a recall. Clem, he's just going to stand and fight. He's going to take it here. We'll be losing everything though. Not too sure if this was the wisest of moves from Clem. Oof. We'll lose his Marines, Marauders, and Medevacs. A pretty expensive loss for the Terran. But the Widow Mines are resetting. Oh god. As Estrella is going to be able to bait out those mine shots. Nice control here out of Estrella. Meanwhile, Clem is licking his wounds. Again, he was a little bit wasteful with the dive into the main. But Clem has the better economy, so we can sustain some of these losses. So we do bait out another one of those Widow Mine shots. There is no Observer. There we go, Observer now on the way. But yeah, these Widow Mines are going to reset. God, that's so many mines. I'm not used to seeing this many mines with an army. We have more Widow Mines than anything else. We have 16 Widow Mines and 13 Marines. That's crazy. That's insane. So we go. The Widow Mines are going to be borrowing big connections of these Zealots. Oof. Despite that, looks like Estrella is going to be able to force this back. Still taking a lot of mines to the face. We will force back the main army. At the same time, did have a bit of a Zealot counterattack. Clem target firing as many Stalkers as he can. Only 1 Stalker survives. I mentioned it before, when it comes to this kind of play style here from Estrella, we need to build up that Stalker count over time. We can lose Zealots, sure, but we can't lose Stalkers. Again, we're only on 2 gases. We don't have any gases at the natural or the third. We can't afford to replace Stalkers. So the army composition of Estrella just getting worse over time. Clem is pushing. And just unrelenting, barely giving Estrella any time to breathe. Estrella, they're doing whatever he can to try to pull Clem back home. Have cells set up here for that run by, and we're getting damage done. Clem is going to pull the boys. Does have to pull away, but we do have ghost reinforcements. Clem, though, he I'm sure wanted to be a little bit more active, has to back off. He's got 2-2 on the way. Ghost production has commenced. Did gloss over that, but we do already have that Ghost Academy. With that, EMP is going to be king here, especially against like a mass Zealot army composition. Like EMPs, they just do so much here for the Terran. EMPs and Widow Mines. Here we go. Clem does make his way towards that natural. We do have a massive amount of Zealots. Oof. Mine shot's going to be going up. Again, we're still holding on to those EMPs. We still have them available. Estrella trying to catch... Oh no! Trying to catch reinforcements, but he catches mine shots to the face. Ugh. Will bleed out a lot. And you can see Clem just having his way with these Zealots. Just picking them apart. Clem, he has maxed out. Big EMP here on the sentries. Mine's just going to be going off, trying to force some friendly fire, but it looks like Estrella, he just cannot keep up. He's being overwhelmed. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. Again, the double racks Reaper opener didn't really achieve that much for Clem, but the follow-up 2-1-1, that's when Clem was able to pop off with his drop play. That's when he was able to pull Estrella apart left and right. If you recall, when it came to the multi-prong attack, the double push, the double medevac push from Clem, he killed, what, 23 plus probes? It was insane. The amount of economic damage he was able to deal, alongside trading with the Stalker army as well. Estrella just could not keep up. And now we're getting into game number 2. We are continuing this series here. Game 2 going to be on Oceanborn, a much smaller map. Much shorter rush distance here compared to Alcyone. And we'll see how our players approach this. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Matcherino Esports. Again, he is the reigning regional champion of the Americas, but he's down in the series looking to fight back. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And as we get into this, a big shout out to Thriving GG. Did give us a raid during that last game. I'm sorry for not giving you a shout out during the game itself, but we were kind of engrossed in the TVP. But yeah. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great holiday as well, or happy holidays over the past couple of days and leading into the new year. Thank you. Big shout out to Thriving GG. He is a Zerg streamer, Zerg GM. Give him a lot of love, a lot of support. Thank you. As we're settling into game number 2. Here we go. This time, Estrella going for a much more standard probe scout. I mean, I say a standard probe scout. Remember, last game, Estrella skipped it entirely. He just skipped the probe scouts, went for the follow-up adept scout later on down the line instead. And yeah, he was in the dark as a result. He was trying to play reactively against the initial Reaper aggression. And he will confirm the economic opener. This time, single gas geyser into CC. Clem going for something a little more standard, a little more economic, and Estrella can rest easy. Like, huh? You can breathe a sigh of relief. Estrella will have a much more unmolested early game compared to game number 1. Gonna be able to get into this. Meanwhile, behind this, Clem going for the factory, not going for a 3 racks or anything like that. Not going for a 2-1-1 as we saw in the previous game. Reaper has arrived, and it's going to be on Clem here to just be as annoying as possible, and does bypass the Adept, by the way. Gets into the main base. There is no shield battery. We're looking for some probe kills so far. Good control out of Estrella. Does pull back. Does pull back those weakened probes. And will maintain his main without losing anything. And we have our tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener. It's going to be Blink here from our Protoss. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think Estrella is going to go for the same playstyle 2 games in a row. Remember, last game was a very unique composition out of Estrella. He went double Forge, mass Swarm Toss, only 2 gas geysers going just mass Zealot, essentially. Stalker Zealot was the composition from Estrella. But I'm sure this time he's going to be going for something a little bit more normal, a little bit more orthodox. Oh! As Clem does get 1 probe in the natural. Not too bad. Oh my god. Just able to skirt the line here. Gets a 2nd probe just before going down. And did Clem see the tech? He did not. Doesn't have eyes on the Twilight Council. We have 2 gateways in the main. It looks like a 2-gate opener into a 3rd. Yeah, very economic. So 2-gate blink into a 3rd base from Estrella. Meanwhile, Clem still just trying to get some scouting information, and the Hellion is going for a dive. and will not get into the main base, but will scout the third. And that is enough of a tell. Like, seeing a third base this early on does tell Clem that, of course, things are a lot more economic and he can get away with a little bit more. Ooh, as we are being very committed. We have a Widowmine drop follow-up with an armory, by the way. That's a bit crazy. Especially considering that we're not going for, like, a quadruple mine drop. There aren't, like, 4 Widowmines like we saw from Cuckoo earlier today. It's only 2. Only 2 Widowmines. Going straight for that natural. Stalkers are in position. Do force this back. So far, good positioning here from Estrella. Getting on top of the medevac. The medevac, it looks like it is going to be going down. Widowmines, they do borrow the armory, is a couple of seconds away. Oh my god. We do take down a Stalker. Another Widowmine shot going to be going off here on a probe. And detection is required. The armory does finish up in time. Observer is on the way. And as we mentioned before, I did assume that Estrella would go into something like a Robo follow-up, and there it is. Colossus production is soon to commence. So Blink Stalkers into Colossus, a lot more standard. None of this mass Zealot composition, not this time. Not yet. So a much more standard game here, much more economic game out of Estrella in game number 2. Clem behind this, getting to his 3-1-1 setup. The Widowmine drop a little bit lackluster. It wasn't able to achieve as much as we would have liked. As Clem would have liked. See, I think he only had 2 gas last time. He did only have 2 gas. Again, it was just mass charge, essentially. But here we go. We do have the 3rd CC on the way for Clem. Observer is going to get eyes on the army and the move out as well. Do get eyes on the production. Big scout there from Clem. Does take down the Observer. Keen eyes. Colossus production has commenced. We should have 1 for the time. Oh, so we should have 1 in time for this push. Potentially 2. So we have some Raven harass dipping into the main base at the same time the main push is coming. Raven doesn't commit. Not yet. Remember, the armory is done, so in the midst of this push, in the midst of this attack, Clem is going for a mine drop as well. And Astray, he does get eyes on this. Will pull away just in time. Oh! Only losing 2 probes. Good defense so far. Raven doesn't commit. And Clem is still just amassing his army. Still trying to find a way in, trying to find an angle of attack. Estrella now up to 2 Colossi. And he's going to be able to shut this down. Marauders, they go for the dive. And they get 1. 1 Colossus will go down. Oh, Estrella caught in a really awkward position here. Yeah, stuck chasing the army. Mine shot's going to be going off. But Estrella will force this back. He maintains control of his economy. Did lose 1 Colossus, which is pretty huge. But outside of that, not looking too bad. Here we go. Estrella is pushing. Do we have a Prism? We do. War Prism is on the way, so we can reinforce. And what does Clem have at home to defend? Oh, forcing a cancel on the 3rd. Clem being a little bit too greedy there, taking a lot of Colossus shots to the face. Becoming overstimmed. His medevacs are being hunted down. Widowmines will meet up with the main army. Can we force some friendly fire? Big connections on the Zealots. Second Widowmine shot does not go off, and Clem is being hunted down. His army heavily overstimmed. Behind this, Auto Tartaras comes in. Raven getting some probe kills. 4 probes in total. Clem was able to buy some time, was able to build up his army. 3rd CC getting up and running. But Estrella, this time he has a comparable army. This time he has momentum on his side. That army's still not healed up here. GG gets called. Estrella, he has far too much. And Clem will tap out Estrella, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Oh my god. That was a bit of a stressful game there from Estrella, but he was able to keep up with the aggression of Clem, was able to shut down the mine drops, was able to shut down the main pushes as well, and just chase down a big chunk, a big portion of Clem's army. And yeah, I just love that Estrella didn't rest on his laurels. Like, he noticed that he had a certain advantage, and he was very much so in the face of Clem. I feel like a lesser player, as they're building up their Colossus, would just stay at home, right? They would just stay at home, build up like up to 3 Colossi, you know, rebuild that Colossus count before pushing, which would have given it Clem enough time to set up the third base and set up a better defensive army. But Estrella, again, really good killer instinct, did go for the push, and we have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. Señor Colossi. Bienvenidos, papi. Bienvenidos. As we're settling into the ace match and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have the American Protoss. The red Protoss player representing Matcherino Esports, tying up the series 1-1. It is Estrella. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran, the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. So my eyes are peeled for the kind of openers that our players want to go for. Remember, last game Clem went for a much more economic opener on Oceanborn. I imagine the same here on Solaris. Wouldn't be surprised if Clem does go for a Rax Expand, but we'll keep our eye on the Terran. Likewise, Estrella did go for something more economic as well, going for a 2-gate Blink into a third. Solaris is a bit of a larger map compared to Oceanborn, so going into these more economic and mid-game based openers would make a lot more sense here for our players. But we'll see. See if they're willing to embrace that, or if they head into a different direction. As we have the SCV Scout moving out across the map. Probe getting eyes on, or just being a bit of a nuisance here, delaying the expansion for as long as we can. CC is thrown down. And Estrella is now aware of the more economic opener from Clem. Just like last game, Estrella, he can breathe easy, get into his build. I'm curious if we're going to be going into a Stargate again or into the Twilight Council. Which way will we take this? As the first Reaper has hit the field. You know, likewise as to the fact that I'm curious about the tech of choice. Clem is as well. He wants to try to figure out if it's going to be a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate. As we are setting up for our tech of choice here behind the mineral line, and it is going to be a Twilight Council from Estrella. It should be Blink. DT openers aren't unheard of in TVP. The Dark Shrine is definitely possible, but is very unlikely. Is a very niche build. The Reaper does take control of the low ground, chipping away at those probes, looking for a probe kill if possible. So far, unable to find anything. Does outposition the Adept though. Does threaten that main base, does get one probe. Not too bad. Gets behind the mineral line, gets a second probe, and gets a full scout of the main base. Gets eyes on that Twilight Council. A third probe as well. Oh, this is getting a bit much. Across the map, Estrella trying to reciprocate some of that damage. And it looks like he does disrupt the opener of his opponent at least, but doesn't get too much more than that. And we'll keep an eye on how many gateways get thrown down. With the second gate on the way. I'm imagining 2 gate into a third base, but we'll see. We'll see if Estrella does commit. As there we go. Probe is being sent out to expand. Clem is already in position with the Hellion. It will delay the expansion. Gets a kill on the probe as well. And being so annoying here. The base is finally on the way. I can't imagine Clem is going to be investing into... I can't imagine he's going to be investing into that fast armory again 2 games in a row. But we'll see, as the mine drop is upon us. Again, this Widow Mine doesn't have to deal damage. Its main role is to scout, is to try to get a read on the timing of the third, how many gateways there are, whether we invest into Colossus or not. So far, the mine drop is going to be pinned back. Meanwhile, Hallucination also goes in, making sure that there's no fast third. Stray even gets eyes on another mine drop moving out. So pretty big scout here from Estrella. He's aware that Clem wants to be very active. I love that Clem boosted towards the north and he's going to be rotating towards the south instead. I'm loving the mind games here from Clem. Unfortunately for him, the army, or we do have some stalkers in position to try and deny this. See if he can sneak in. Bay is on the way. Immortal soon to be Colossus production. Bearing in mind that Estrella did delay Colossus production in favor of a faster third. Widow Mine drop going to be coming in. Oh, solid blinks though. Oh my god. Able to avoid those Widow Mine shots, minimize damage, and does force this back. Likewise though, good control out of Clem. Does actually keep every single Widow Mine alive. We still have these 2 medevacs threatening dives. As Clem is getting his 3rd CC on location. A bit of a bold move, but Clem does have map control. Shuts down the Observer. 4 moving out. As he moves out, Estrella moves in and we will delay the CC. Nice pickup here from our Protoss. Does delay the expansion. Colossus production well underway. Send them a lance. Getting into gateways. Drop is going to be coming. We do shut down the Widow Mine. Sorry, the Medevac. Widow Mines will borrow. 2 probe kills at the same time. A double drop into the main base. We do have another army here pushing towards the 3rd. It's been a bit of a slower start here, but Clem, looking to ramp up the aggression, does go into the main, does force a recall. And even though the main double drop is going to be forced back, what about here towards the south? We do find a very exposed 3rd base, and we can go straight for the mineral line. Oh my god, in the blink of an eye, that's going to be 11 dead workers. The probes as well, the shield battery, and this is becoming game-ending damage. Every single probe is going to go down. And in one fell swoop, in the blink of an eye, Clem, he just... Oh my god, he just cripples the economy here of Estrella. 23 probe kills. Drop does threaten to go back in. And Clem is just reinforcing, is looking to go for the kill. Now, Estrella does have a pretty formidable army with these Colossi, that is true. But his economy is hurting. Another Colossus! No! Is exposed, and we won't be able to get it. Clem barely doesn't have enough to dive on it. Meanwhile, Widow Mine drop comes in. Oh. Will be denied. And yeah, Estrella has to counterattack 100%. At this point, like, he has to commit. Pushing across the map. Mine shots, they get avoided. But Clem is getting ready for a surround. He's coming in from behind. The boys are being pulled. A 360 surround at that. And Estrella will be losing everything here. We'll get a couple of SCV kills, but this is not worth it. This is not enough here for Estrella. GG, well played gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Yo, once Clem gets the ball rolling, like, he cannot be stopped. We saw it against Lambo. Like, Clem, he had his way with Lambo earlier today. And likewise, a very similar story here against Estrella. I mean, Estrella did force the ace match. We'll say that. Did force a game 3. But still, regardless, Clem looking powerful here in this TVP. GG, well played. Well played to both of our players. As we do end up heading into our next matchup here. Sorry, just updating the scores. Catching up on everything that's been going on. And yeah, here we go. We're getting ready here for our next matchup. We're saying hello once again to our Zerg player here. Lambo has returned. It's going to be Lambo up against Showdown in a ZVP. Again, earlier we did cover Lambo against Drogo and Estrella. So he's just working his way through all the Protoss players in the group. There's only one left. Only Showdown. Let's go. So we are diving into our fresh best of 3. Again, Clem still not taking any losses. Lambo has dropped the series to Clem, but outside of that, has been looking powerful against all these other opponents. But we'll see if that trend continues, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Showdown. We go, and yeah, I'm getting a bit of deja vu. We've seen Lambo quite a lot on Oceanborn. The last time we saw Lambo on Oceanborn, if you remember, was against Estrella, where Estrella went for a Void Ray opener into a third base into a carrier rush. Lambo didn't really scout what was happening, but he was just going for his own all-in anyway. All-ins are a lot more commonplace on Oceanborn just because the rush distance by ground is very short. When I say all-in, I mean a 3-base all-in, whether it's a Queen Walk across the map or a German Taxi or different variations are all available here for the Zerg. So I'm curious if Lambo is going to be taking a more aggressive kind of outlook on this game again, or if he calms down a little bit. We shall see. As for now, it's going to be a gate expand, standard opener out of Showdown. Likewise, hatch gas pool out of Lambo. Showdown going for a very interesting opener. I just realized that Showdown opted not to go for the probe block. Didn't go for the probe scout, didn't deny this expansion from being taken. So yeah, Showdown being a lot more economic focused, avoiding any kind of probe scout. It is a risky move. It's a corner that you can cut, of course. And yeah, Showdown is just basically squeezing out as much economy as he can out of his workers, out of his probes. So technically more efficient here from Showdown, but as a result, he doesn't know if he's being cheesed, for example. If Lambo was going for a fast gas and a fast Roach Warren, Showdown would have no idea. So it is a really risky way to play. But I think it's a wise thing to do, especially in a tournament game like this. Like, Lambo isn't really that kind of player to go for early game aggression. I mentioned before that last time we saw him he did all in. That is true, but that was off of 3 bases. That's different. Not quite the same. As Lambo's taking his third, Adept has arrived, going to be threatening that creep tumor, and we do get the tumor. Nice pickup. Nice pickup from Showdown. Does threaten a shade into the main. Link speed on the way, we pulled out of gas completely once we did have enough for that link speed. So it's really efficient stuff here from Lambo. Showdown is once again going to be threatening a shade in towards that main. Denying a bit of scouting here, but no, looks like Link Speed does kick in. Lambo going straight for that main base as well, getting eyes on the Stargate opener. Stargate here at the natural. Lambo hasn't been able to see it yet, so he's a little bit in the dark. I'm sure a little bit perplexed as to what's going on. But it is going to be the Oracle first into a third base. Going to be double, should soon be triple Oracle opener out of shutdown. Dipping into the main. Queens are in position though, and we should be able to force this back. We do get 2 drone kills. Oh, for the intercept. Lambo coming in from the right hand side will not get on top of the Oracle, will manage to escape. Ooh. At the same time, Lambo trying to go for a link counterattack, but we have plenty at home to defend. This third base should be fine. Down, of course, did spot those Lings, and the Lings, they do ignore the third base. They go for the pylon instead. They will be forced back. Get the third Oracle, more than enough to defend. Meanwhile, Lambo going for a very interesting follow-up here, as he's dealing with these Adepts and is dealing with the Oracles as well. Looking for transferring workers. We do see Lambo going for a +1 melee and a Baneling Nest. This tells us that Lambo is planning on skipping roaches. And what do you do when you skip roaches? Usually, Hydras. Usually, Hydras are going to be on the way here. So Lingbane Hydra seems to be the composition of choice for Lambo. But we'll see if we can even get there, because Lings go for a big counterattack. We do deny the shield battery. We get into the pylon, and probes are going down. Stalkers as well. This is becoming too much. Uh-oh. This is becoming far too much here. Probes are falling left and right. 8 workers go down. 9 probes go down. And Lambo is looking comfortable. Is looking pretty here. Lair is on the way. We're taking additional gases. 4th hatchery as well. Lambo looking very comfortable. And down across the map, struggling to recover here. How do we recover? Probe damage. The Oracles, they have arrived. They pick off a Queen. Not too bad. Going for a second Queen as well. Gonna be able to bring that down. Not bad at all. Getting 2 Queens. Can we get a third? No shot. It looks like we can. We barely get a 3rd Queen as well. Big pickoffs here from Shutdown, but at the same time, another Link counterattack. We get another kill on another Stalker. Oh my god. Additional Links are on the way. The Oracles, they're racing back home, but they just spent their energy harassing, which means they don't really have much to defend. Yeah, they arrive, but what can they really do? They force activate their pulse on me. We get another surround. Another Stalker goes down. And off of purely Ling harass, Lambo, it's becoming too much. We get another 4, another 5 probe kills, another Stalker. Link isn't done, by the way. It's still not done. There's that Hydra that we were talking about. Again, because of +1 melee, because of the Baneling Nest. Hydras was the next step here for Lambo. And it looks like he will get a kill on this Nexus. Something that should not have happened. Shutdown, sure, he was able to achieve some damage across the map, getting 3 drone kills, but he lost 16. 16 probes have gone down, and the 3rd base as well. And we're not done. No, Fabi. Not even close. Getting on top of these Stalkers, getting on top of the shield batteries. The Oracles are out of position. We need them at home to defend. Without the Oracles, these things are getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. Taking down the shield battery for a second time. Lings will hold position. A little bit wasteful towards the end. Lambo has to calm down a little bit. Lings, they do get into the natural base, but likewise they're being cleaned up, but they get 12 probe kills. And we're back. Oh. We're back. We want the next. It's going to be close. It's going to be so close. Oh my god, as we barely keep the Nexus alive. Barely. But what's important is that behind this, Lambo, he's refining his army, getting into Hydra production, Hydra range, Hydra speed. Ling Bane as well to support. And this is going to be the killing move here from Lambo. just has far too much to deal with, especially the kind of composition that Shidan has. After losing so much, and we just ignore the Nexus. We go straight for the mineral line, straight for the army. And the Nexus will fall. Now Lambo, you can focus on the main push. Oh, do you have a disruptor? Oh my god. I'm not in love with the disruptor choice here from Shidan. I think I would have liked a Colossus more, but they both have their place, they both have their purpose, and regardless, Lambo, he still would have been able to break through, regardless of what it was. It goes off. Ooh, big connection, actually. Oh my god. But GG is going to get called, and Lambo will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Lambo. Initially, things were looking okay for Shidan, is what I will say. Initially, things were looking not bad when it came to what his oracles were able to achieve. But remember, after his oracles killed 3 queens, we just flooded lings across the map. Took down the third, took down stalkers, probes, left and right. The ling aggression from Lambo got out of hand, and with that, Lambo does take a lead in the series. Does take game number 1. But now we're getting ready for game 2. Gonna be on a bit of a smaller map. Gonna be loading in to Hardland. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have our German Zerg player, our blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Shidan. Lambo, of course, taking a lead in that series. What I will say is that what happened that last game was very unique. It wasn't really indicative of, you know, the player's macro or their mid-game prowess. It was just Shidan kind of being punished for being too overly aggressive with his oracles and just not having enough to defend back at home against the ling harassment of Lambo. What I'm getting at is I'm sure that won't happen again. I'm sure that Shidan is going to be more adept at just keeping an oracle at home to make sure that his mineral line is safe and sound, and that his base is safe and sound as well. So for the time being, we are settling into this. Lambo going for a hatch gas pull. This time, we do see the probe scout from Shidan is going to be forcing the unnatural natural out of our Zerg player. And of course, we get an early scout just to make sure that no shenanigans are on the table here for Lambo. Not yet, at least. Not yet. As for now, Shidan just getting into his gate expand into the cyber core. Looking to be a standard opener so far from both players. I mean, sure, Lambo is a little bit more exposed. This could actually tempt out a Twilight Council opener out of Shidan. We'll see if that's going to be the case. As we have our first adept on the way. And there it is. Twilight Council gets thrown down for Shidan. Let's go. Again, it is very tempting just because Lambo, he does have his building split up. Is a little bit more vulnerable to harassment. Now the question becomes, do we go for Glaives or Dark Templar? As we have pulled out of one of these gas geysers, but not the other. So this is very middle of the road. I'm getting some mixed signals, Bobby, but I believe this should be Glaives. I think we're keeping one in by accident. We'll see if it's intentional or not. And this Lambo getting his natural base up and running. There it is. Glaives is on the way. I'm really curious if this is intentional, that we're leaving one of these probes in that gas geyser. Actually, this is looking like, yeah, something that has been rising in popularity amongst the European Protoss players is 3-gate blink into a third. That's at least what this looks like. Okay, there we go. We're going for a 4th gate. So we're going 4-gate blink, but there's no robo, which means there's no warp prism, which means we cannot reinforce across the map. The way this works is that because there's no robo, we have additional resources to invest into something else. And what that usually is investing into a faster expansion. So this is a way to go 4-gate blink, but a little bit less committed and can more easily transition into the mid game. The downside, usually when you go for a more traditional variation of this, is that you're stuck on 2 bases, you have to get into Immortal production or Disruptor production and slowly take a 3rd. This is a lot more economic and a lot greedier. There it is, Shdown is taking that 3rd. Meanwhile, aggression is soon going to be upon us. We basically have to just warp in a couple of wave of adepts back at home and eventually push across the map. We'll get there. Meanwhile, Lambert taking this very seriously, going for an early Roach Warren, joining up to 45. Lambert doesn't really know what's going on, but is aware that something is amiss. He's and Roaches in production. Creep is spreading. Lambo, are we going for our own waddle across the map? I was curious if Lambo was just being hyper defensive, but I think he wants to be the aggressor again. On hard lead. We shall see. As the Epsay do get across the map, they're going to be threading a shade towards the 3rd base. At the same time, Lambo going for a big link counterattack. Good kiting out of Shdown. Likewise, back at home, he does clean up all those lings. He has more than enough to defend. Does have more than enough. Picks off a queen. Not too bad. Immortal production has commenced. Robo's on the way. Potentially leading into Immortal production. At the Forge at 4+1. There it is. We are going for the Observer first here from Shdown. But again, he never committed into a mineral line, and he never had to. The mere existence of these adepts is enough to force a reaction out of Lambo, forcing him to cut his worker production earlier on. Adepts will threaten the shade. Behind this second robo, this looks like Colossus production from Shdown. Double robo into eventually Colossi. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could use this to go into double Disruptor production, but that's usually kept until a little bit later on. So you have like a proper robust Colossus-based army, then the Disruptors. Lambo is going to be forcing this back. Lambo just now joining up to 65. His 4th base is very late. Very late 4th out of Lambo. Looks like he didn't really believe that Shdown was going to transition out of this. Adepts do shade into the mineral line though. That's going to be 3 dead workers. Almost 5. They get a 4th. We do force a recall. So pretty good damage here from Shdown. Again, he barely lost any of his army. He's lost 3 adepts throughout the course of this game. 3 adepts. We have a handful of them shading or being dropped into the main. Getting a drone before we get the hell out of there. And again, the goal here for Shdown isn't to kill workers, it's to keep Lambo busy while Shdown builds up a death pool of an army. We already have 2 Colossi. There it is, Immortal production is commencing. So usually we go up to 4 Colossi, but Shdown really wants to get into that anti-roach base composition, which makes sense. He has seen a lot of roaches, and Colossi aren't the most ideal against them. There we go, Ravagers are on the way. Shdown rotating back home. Shading on in. And as we work on that Colossus count, there it is. We have additional Colossi on the way. We have a Templar Archives as well. Just going to be turtling on up. And how Lambo, he's going to be committing to Lingbane Roach Ravager. So, interesting. We did manage to cast Lambo earlier today against Drogo, against some of these other Protoss players, and he was so quick to to recognize when a player was being defensive and tech up. This is a late Infestation Pit. Infestation Pit's on the way. This is going to be eventually for Hive Tech and Hydras and Lurkers and Vipers. But yeah, Lambo, he's just been having a bit of a harder time keeping up with the aggression of Showdown, and he has invested quite heavily already into Lingbane Roach Ravager, and I mean, he's going to have to use it. He's maxed out. Showdown is going to be the defender. Lambo, he needs to trade with this army, though it is 26 Banelings on the way. The rocks are being knocked down. Did I say 26? I meant to say 38. Oh, 41. Any more Banelings? 41 Banelings on the way. That's a lot of Banelings, Papi. But we're pushing into 4 Colossus, Force Fields, Disruptor shots. Can we pull this off? So we are going to be pushing up the ramp. Never goes off. Good connection. Banelings, they will crash in. They will connect with a couple of Stalkers, but the Colossi will stand strong. They just take the Banelings to the face. And do we have enough Roaches? Do we have enough Ravagers? The answer is we do not. We don't have enough to support them. And Showdown, what did he really lose there? He lost Gateway units and 1 High Templar. He lost the Prism. He lost 1 Prism, 1 High Templar. Very acceptable losses here for the French Protoss, and Lambo, he's in a bit of trouble. He's pushing in again for a second time. That was just not a worthwhile trade. And remember, I mentioned before that Lambo's transition into Hive is a late transition. Late take here from Lambo. The Colossus does overextend. Never going to be going up. Big connection on the Roach Ravager. Does take down an Archon, but it may just be worth it. 2 Colossi will go down, but we dive on top of the army. Showdown gets to clean this up. And do we push? We may. From here, we're chasing this down. Showdown, he can smell blood in the water. He's going to be pushing. We do have a lot of reinforcements. We got to calm down. Lambo's got a lot of reinforcements on the way. Showdown, calming things down, backing up. How many Immortals do we have? We have 6 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. A lot of Immortals here. Showdown is going to be rotating over towards the right-hand side. Diving on top of this, cleaning up a lot of that creep. Lambo still stuck on Lingbane Roach Ravager. We have a couple of Vipers on the way. We have a Lurker Den on the way as well, but this may just be too little too late. Vipers, if we can gather up energy, then we can defend. We can pick up and yoink those Colossi and Disruptors and everything. But we need time. There it is. Vipers have arrived. They're gathering up energy at the natural. Showdown is going to be pushing. Cleaning up some of these things. Hive Tech, well, the Hive is done. Hive Tech on the way with those upgrades. But Lambo is still stuck with Lingbane Roach Ravager. And this army from Showdown, it is becoming terrifying. 2 Colossi. Do you have Storm? We do. Storm is done. Getting into Immortal production. Speaking of the Storms have been thrown down. And big Storms here on the Roaches. We graze the Lingbane. We yoink the Colossi. Good pickoffs. We only get 1 though. And it looks like we're setting up first around. The Lingbane has run out, and Showdown is looking to chase this down. Oh, that is 14 dead workers though. The hefty amount of economic damage was done. Showdown though still, I would say, ahead in economy here against Lambo, despite losing all those probes. And And Lambo is going for a big lane counterattack at the same time. Shidown, he's committed. We're going for a bit of a base trade. Bailey's being shaved off. The center base is going to be going down, but we ignore it. We go straight for the juggler, straight for the natural. The Lings did get a kill on the Nexus and 13 probes. Lings, they're coming in from behind, but big storms here on the... Oh my, massive storms on the Lings. And it looks like Shidown, he has too much. GG gets called. Shidown fights back, putting a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. Again, Lambo, unlike some, we brought it up, unlike some of the previous games that we've casted already from Lambo, specifically this game, he had a really hard time recognizing the playstyle of Shidown, the fact that he was going double robo production into Colossus, going for a fourth, going for a fifth, just a very defensive tech heavy style. As a result, we had a really late transition into Hive tech from Lambo. He was stuck with Ling Main Roach Ravager, and that's a unit composition that can work, especially if your opponent's being aggressive. But pushing into these defensive lines, as we saw, just did not work out. Time and time again, Shidown just traded far too efficiently, and in the end, was able to take it, was able to tie the series 1-1. We go into the ace match. We are going all the way to game 3. Here we go. See Chase and chat. Hello, Chase. Hello. Buen día, gente. Oh, buen día, papi. Buen día. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta in the ace match. Game number 3. It all ends here and now. Will it go the way of the Protoss or the Zerg? Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Shidown. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the German Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into the ace match. It is Lambo. Here we go. Lambo once again going to be forced to take the unnatural natural. Winding it back, if you remember, Shidown did have a very interesting opener. He went Glaive Adepts, yes, but he went for a very economic variation of Glaive Adepts. Was able to trade well, kill some workers, expand behind it, and get into a good position in the mid-game. We'll see if Lambo has a different approach this time. Shidown as well. I'm curious. So we are just going to be setting things up here. Getting into our openers. Again, nothing too wild so far. Outside of Lambo being forced to take a much more exposed base, this could tempt Shidown once again to go into a Stargate opener. The downside here is that we do have a point of elevation leading into the natural. It's a very unique feature of side Delta, and does make it a little bit easier to defend against aggression. So I'm curious if Shidown is going to try and embrace the Twilight Council. This pylon, it looks like a Stargate. The pylon is far forward, closer to the edge of the map, or the edge of the main. Stargate should be the opener of choice. There it is, Stargate is on the way. Should be an Oracle-based opener. I'm curious if Shidown is willing to embrace the Void Ray first. We saw it out of Estrella earlier today. Void Ray openers, they have their place in this matchup, and they've been quite trendy as of late, but I'm not too sure if Shidown is willing to embrace that. I'm here for it. We'll see. See where our unit takes us. Now Shidown just going to be threatening these shades. Just being as active as possible in between the bases. Before being forced back. Stargate is done. And it is going to be an Oracle first, not a Void Ray from Showdown. So much more standard opener. This should be leading into a second and then a third Oracle. Then of course into that third base. Third base should soon be taken. Meanwhile, we have Adepts again dancing with the army of Lambo. Picking up a couple of Lings. Nothing too crazy though. A couple of Lings will go down. Oracle has hit the field. Adepts, they're trying to make their way back home, but it looks like Lambo will shut them down. Does get one. Does get one in the end. And down, he does have to retreat. And he's still stuck on 2 bases. We need that third. Oracle gets across the map. We do get a handful of drones. 3 in total. Not bad. The Oracle will escape. And, oh, shit, down on 2 bases. He's throwing down 3 more gateways and a Twilight Council? This is wild. Okay. This looks like Glaive Adepts. Third base is going to be delayed. We get a kill in the probe. No Forge, by the way, and the Overlord comes in. We get a full Scouts. Oh, God, this is not ideal here for Showdown. The jig is up, and there it is. There's Glaives on the way. Again, the tell for this is a lack of Forge, lack of +1. And Lambo sees. He sees everything. I mean, for all Lambo knows, it could be a Forge in the natural, but unlikely. Lambo going to respond with a Baliness. Bold move, by the way, out of Lambo. This is crazy. Going for Ling Bane to defend, not Roaches. See if we can pull it off. Not impossible, just a little bit more difficult. Essentially, the game you play there is the... Oh, God, it's the Oracles. They're coming from behind. They will get a couple of drone kills before being forced back. But essentially, the Balins have to keep up with the Shades. They have to keep up with the Shades of the Adepts, and if that's possible, then we can, again, deny Warp-ins or deny Shades and defend. But it's very positional based. And here we go, the Adepts are soon pushing out. Speaking of, before we can really push out the Lings, they do wreak havoc here at the third. Get a couple of probes. Adepts have been revealed. They're going to be shading across the map. Lambo already has Balings in production. Things are getting in position. And it's right. It's all or nothing here for Showdown. Like, he's pretty committed with this. He needs to get damage done. He gives it a shade! Right into the Balings. Balings, they will crash in. And we will clean up these Adepts. This was not the shade we were looking for. As Showdown will escape with... No, he will lose every single Adept. This was not worth it. That was 12 Adepts for 1 drone. 1 worker went down. Sure, we traded with Lings, but, I mean, that's what Lambo wanted. Now he's getting ready for a counterattack. Showdown moving up with another handful of Adepts. Sentries are in position. We can force field. Behind this Lambo, he's free to drone. We have the Lair on the way. Roach Warren. Taking additional gases. A couple of Adepts did get across the map, as we mentioned before. One Adept is going to fall. We do get 2 drones in total, and we can maybe get a third. Oh, we get a third. 3 drones for 2 Adepts. This is okay. It's okay. Not ideal, though. It's a bit of a Baleen Water Bite did crash into that shield battery. Down, able to respond in time. Behind this is getting into double over Colossus production. Likewise, Lambo going straight for the infestation pits, racing into the end game. I mean, Lambo's already got 83 drones. Like, his economy is already ideal. What does Lambo really need to get away with here, or what does he need to take into? Of course, he can get into Hydro Lurker Viper. If he wanted to, he could try to double down on Lingbane Roach Ravager, but that's not really what we want to work with. We could also do something crazy. Based on the upgrades with +2 melee, we could try to rush into something like Ultras. That'd be wild. Not unheard of in this matchup. Dark does it from time to time with mixed success. I'm curious if Lambo is willing to do the same. We do not have a Hydroden yet. No Hydroden. We should be throwing one down soon, but without it, this hive could be for something different. Could we actually go Ultra? Maybe. Maybe. Now Lings are moving out. We do have Lings also hitting that third base as well, getting a couple of probe kills, distracting the main army. Lambo supply-wise snowballing out of control. Will we be able to see what the hive is for? As we catch the stalkers. Lambo moving out. He needs to trade out some of his army, and he's trading very damn well. Takes down some stalkers. Threatens the third. Here we go. Showdown, he's pretty committed at this point. It's like he doesn't have a fourth. He is losing workers here at his third base. It's all or nothing for Showdown. Time, meanwhile, is working on Lambo's side. We got Vipers on the way, Banelings, a couple of Roaches, reinforcements. And Showdown is going to retreat. I mean, I also don't think he has enough to break Lambo, but at the same time, we got to do something. And there we go, we're forcing a recall. Lambo, he has broken the third base. Bailey's going to be rolling in. 6 probes go down. The Colossi will hold. Probes are going to be able to go back to mining. But Lambo is just getting ready for another run-by. The run-bys, they don't stop. Likewise, we're going for a Colossus drop. Nina, is that you? Okay. I mean, there's potential in the Colossus drop, but this also feels a little bit of a desperation move here from Showdown. Being as active as he can. At the same time, the Lingbane rolls in, and this time we get into the mineral line. The pros, they will all go down. Big connections. We have the Vipers, we have the Yoinks, we do get one of the Colossus, the other barely does escape, but we just may have too much on the ground. The Colossus does get picked off. We have 2 more coming in from the third base at the same time. We get back into the mineral line, and we're just pulling Showdown apart. As Lingbane everywhere, at the third, at the fourth. It looks like Showdown is going to be able to hold on to his 4th base, but GG gets called because he has lost everything else. And Lambo will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Lambo did come in as the favored player and was looking damn dominant in that last game. But a shout out to Showdown. Shout out to Showdown for forcing the ace match, for getting a solid win on the board in game number 2. To be able to tie things up and force that game number 3 as well. And yeah, GG, well played, Showdown. Really making Lambo work for it, despite the perceived skill gap, despite Lambo being a more household name in the European scene. Showdown was able to take a game and able to put a point on the board. But now it all comes down to this. It all comes down to our final series of the night. We're going to be getting into a TVP. We're going to be, again, allowing Lambo to take a bit of a break here, but we have Drogo versus Cuckoo. Let's go. We were able to cast Cuckoo earlier against Showdown, and Cuckoo looked damn strong. Was able to take the 2-0, was able to pull Showdown apart. We'll see if he can do the same against Drogo. I'm here for it. I am here for it. as Game 1 is going to be taking place on Golden Aura. This is it. This is where it all ends. This broadcast lasting a little bit longer than I expected. We're at the 4 hour 30 mark. Let's go. 4.5 hours. I'm a little bit peckish. I'm a little bit hungry. Wasn't able to get any food earlier, but it's fine. It's fine. We're working towards it. As we're loading into the final best of 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the French Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing his old clan altar. It is Drogo. Petit Drogo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Romanian Terran, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. Not gonna lie, whenever I think of Red Pack, I think of red packets. Like, I think of, like Chinese New Year. With those, like, little, like, red envelopes that you, like, give to your family and spend a bunch of money on. It's great. That's just where my brain goes to. Aye. I'm here for it. Meanwhile, now that I think about it as well, Petit Drogo reminds me a little bit of young Jakob, where nowadays people just call him Drogo because he's not petite anymore. He's hit the gym, grown as a person, as a human, and yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment. We've been seeing a lot of gym videos out of Drogo in recent times. Likewise, young Jakob, not young anymore, not anymore. Adolescent Jakob. It's been cool to see these players grow over time, grow over the years. But speaking of, Drogo once again up against one of the young up-and-comers in the region, in Europe, up against Cuckoo. Cuckoo already showing his TVP prowess earlier against Shadown, and we'll see if he can do it once again against Drogo. For now, it is going to be a double gas opener. A bit of a more aggressive start here from Cuckoo. Makes sense on Golden Aura. Golden Aura has a very short rush distance by ground, so you want to be in your face. You want to be in the face of the Protoss. Faster Factory should be going for an add-on swap into Hellions, potentially Cyclone production, going into the CC on the low ground. Run and get some delivery. What happens if this turns into a 3-minute 45 game? That nothing delivers, Bob. It's too late, Bob. It's too late. It's midnight here in Australia, and I think everything is closed. Let me check. Ooh, as we are gonna be able to pick off that SCV for the time being. Drogo shading the hell out of there. Behind this, it is going to be the add-on swap into Hellion production. No Cyclones yet. So Cuckoo is going to be pushing. I'm checking which places are open. There's Macca's. There's, I think... Yeah. There's not much open at the moment, other than Macca's. I mean, that's the only thing I can get. We have to we have to commit. We'll see. As Cuckoo is going to be moving out behind this, actually doubling down the aggression, going for Hellions initially here, going to be threatening that natural. So far, good SimCity out of Drogo. But we do knock that. We knock the Stalker out of position though. Cuckoo going for the dive, going right into the main base. Straight for the mineral line, and it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. They're lining up. Oh, 3, 4. Looks like probes will barely escape. We get 4 workers in total. Pretty acceptable damage, to be honest. That was what? 4 Hellions for 4 probes? Solid defense here from Drogo. Solid defense so far. But we're not done, because we are following this up with some Cloak Banshees. Here we go. Banshees are on the way. Soon to be making their way across the map. Hold I'm getting... yeah. Seem to be making their way across the map, starting up tank production really early on as well. Meanwhile, behind this, Drogo did go for a more economic-based opener. Really didn't get to bring too much attention to it, but it was a Twilight Council opener. Blink, 2 gateways into a 3rd. So very economic here from Drogo, eventually working into those Colossi. The Bay is on the way alongside the Forge. So yeah, just really economic opener. He shut down the early game aggression and is getting ready for what comes next. And what comes next is 2 Banshees skirting the edge of the map. Making their way into the main base. Likewise, as we have been building up this tank count early on, getting into another rack, so I'm curious if Cuckoo, is going to be building up quite a powerful push. I think the last time we saw him in TVP, Cuckoo, he was pushing with 4 and then eventually 9 tanks. It was wild. His series against Shutdown, but here we go. The Banshees do get into the main base. They can one-shot probes, and probes, they are going down. We do have detection. How many workers can we get? We get 8 in total. Oh, the Banshee does not escape. 8 probe kills for 2 Banshees. Not bad. Not a bad worker count, or not a bad kill count. But Drogo still on 3 bases, still in a decent economy here. I'm sure Cuckoo was hoping for a little bit more, and he is not going for a 2-base all-in. We do have a 3rd CC on the way. Do love to see it. Sorry, if I was a little bit distracted, it's because I am ordering food so I can get some sustenance today. That'd be nice. That would be nice. But yeah, we're going to be having a bit of a lull here, essentially. We had initial, of course, Hellion and Banshee harass, but now that it's subsided, Drogo can now take advantage of his economy here, rushing into the 4th base at this point. Getting into his Colossus production, even though he's been taking some hits to his economy, his army is slowly getting larger and larger. We have 2, soon to be 3 Colossi. Once we get up to 3, that's critical mass, we can start Disruptor production or go into Immortals. Pick your poison, like they both have their place. Depending on how Marauder heavy Cuckoo is going to be, like Immortals could even be a better option compared to Disruptors. We'll see. As Cuckoo doesn't want to take this lying down, going for another double drop on the right-hand side. So building up his forces. Meanwhile, Drogo, he's in a pretty good position here. He's in between his bases to react to any kind of aggression. There's nothing in the main base, so there's potential for damage for this double drop, but there is a pylon, and Drogo, he will spot the drop. Yeah, immediately going to be rotating over. I appreciate as well that he's splitting up his army, anticipating a multi-pronged aggression. He keeps his Colossi here on the front lines, and he's got Blink Stalkers to defend the main. His base on the left-hand side is a little bit more exposed, but we have the Zonaga, so Drogo, he can spot any kind of move out. He has the Zonaga, as well as a Stalker here towards the left-hand side. Mind Drop is coming in, but Drogo has just so much map vision here. Both Zonagas. Gateways out on the map as well. Gateway units out on the map. Cuckoo is going to have to retreat. So far, Drogo just, taking full advantage of these 4 bases, and that is reflected in the supplies. Drogo taking a lead here, getting away with the superior economy, now reflected with the superior army. Now, there is a world still where Cuckoo can take a fight or can try to go for some harassment and pick apart his opponent, but Drogo, he's committing. He's not turning back around. He's reinforcing with the rest of his army. Our Immortals getting up a couple of those Marines and Marauders. Here we go. With this warp in, Drogo, he wants to push in. We do have 3 tanks in position. But it may not even matter. As we dive on top of the tanks, the charge lots collapsing on the main army. We do get some big tank shots off. One Colossus goes down, but only one Colossus. GG gets called. Drogo snowballs out of control, and we'll take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Cuckoo, he invested a lot into his aggression. Remember, he went for a Hellion Dive, and then he followed it up with Cloak Banshees as well, and it just wasn't enough to really make it worth his while. It wasn't enough to even up the economy, especially considering that Drogo did go for an economic opener as well. Remember, he went for a really fast third, so because of that, we needed to do even more damage, and it just was not enough. And with that, Drogo was able to just stabilize, just kind of settle into his 4 bases, get into his Colossus count, and yeah, just really solid play out of Drogo. Really well done. And we'll see if he can keep it up as we are diving into game number 2. Game 2 going to be on site, Delta. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have the French Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team Alta. It's old team. It is Drogo. Petite Drogo. And spawning in the bottom right, we have the best player in all of Romania, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. He's crazy. He's a big Cuckoo. We are settling into this. As a reminder as well, remember last game we did have a bit of a more aggressive opener as well, going into double gases from Cuckoo. We'll see if that's going to be the case here as we load into site Delta. A bit of a larger map compared to Golden Aura, which means I wouldn't be surprised if Drogo does decide to go for a Stargate opener instead. Again, he's going to have a little bit more breathing room on a map like this, so has the opportunity to go into something a little bit more kind of mid-game oriented. Phoenixes do take quite a while to build up, but once they do build up, they can give you so much map control. They can harass, they can shut down drop play. Once again though, Cuckoo going double gas. Cuckoo going for a double gas opener, which means faster factory, delayed TC, an aggressive opener here in game 2. Here for a Cuckoo. Meanwhile, Drogo will confirm. He gets in, he does get eyes on both gases, and then he gets the hell out of there. Looking to actually try to see if there's going to be a CC as a follow-up. Does get eyes on the factory. There we go, we'll retreat. He will back off. Meanwhile, Cuckoo is looking for that probe. The probe does typically hide at the 3rd base location, so going to be checking the linear 3rd and the triangular 3rd. But the probe actually raced back home. The reason why the probe would be hiding is that because usually we try to time it so that by the time the Reaper moves out across the map, the probe is able to slip in and delay the CC and just get a second scout off. Drogo, he just comes back home. Turns back around. We have our tech of choice. It is behind the mineral line. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener, not a Stargate. So it looks like Blink once again for Drogo. It is going to be Blink. Adept's going to be shading up towards that natural base. We want to try and delay the CC if possible. We do get 2 hits in and we do not get a 3rd. Cuckoo will maintain control of his natural. Behind this, working towards a Widowmine drop. Working towards his Widowmines. The eventual Medivacs. And it looks like Drogo wants to go for another 2-gate opener into a 3rd. Let's see if he can get away with it. Now, once again, good SimCity here from Drogo. So quick to wall up. Hellions may not find a way in, but the Reaper's good. And the Adept's in position. Reapers are forced back. There's are going to be forced back for the time being. This time, Cuckoo didn't actually overinvest into Hellions. As you can see, only 1 Hellion instead of the 4 from last game. Going much faster into these Widowmines instead. Actually committing quite hard. We have a second medevac and additional Widowmines on the way. There is no armory with it. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. There's no armory with this, so none of them is committed mine drop, but there we go. The armory is in production. Cuckoo does want to commit. We already have the observer on the way. Robo's done. Third base being taken. Can Cuckoo get damage done here despite the detection, despite the setup here from Drogo? We're looking for it. We're going in. There's a second Widowmine drop moving out. Should only be 2 drops. From here, we should be getting into Marine production. No, we have more Widowmines on the way. We're going for the drop. Big shots, big connections here. 6 probes go down. The probes that were stuck against the Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Not too bad. Not a bad start for Cuckoo. We do have additional Widowmines on the way. Actually dropping the Hellion into the main. The goal here to distract the Stalker army. Now we're going for the natural. Drogo, can he react in time? So we drop in. No reaction! Drogo, he doesn't see! Oh, a very late reaction. Mine shot's gonna be going off. We get 9 kills here on the low ground. Did I say 9? I should have said 11. As we'll escape with a handful of those Widowmines. Good damage here from Cuckoo. And with that, Cuckoo does take a worker lead. Did kill 17 probes in total, basically an entire mineral line for 5 Widowmines. And we're still not done. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. One, it's really cool to see that Cuckoo is just going for non-stop mine harass, and this can get damage over time. The downside, of course, is that back at home he has nothing. Like, actually nothing at home to defend. If Drogo did go for a counterattack and did try to push into the natural, there's no Marines, there's no Widowmines, no tanks. Cuckoo would be vulnerable. But last Drogo is not going for the attack. Here we go, more Widowmines coming on in. We get 2 at the natural. Do react in time. And we got 4 in the main. And Drogo, he comes like, no! He came back too soon! Ooh, big connection, 17 probes go down. That's 2 Widowmines worth of probes falling, and this is just becoming far too much. 34 probes in total. We're recalling the observer. And it looks like these mine shots may be able to reset in the natural. It's going to be close. Observer's coming back in. Oh! We got 1 more shot. 1 more probe. And we still have 3 more Widowmines here outside the main base. And Drogo, his economy is in shambles right now. We've got a handful of probes at the third, a handful in the natural. We have full saturation in the main. But that's where the Widowmine is. That's where the mine drop is. Ay, ay, ay. Behind this, Cuckoo getting his third base up, soon to be running. Stim, combat shields, 1-1. I mentioned before that the downside here was that Cuckoo barely had anything at home to defend. Now he does. Now he has been able to build up that army. So here comes that Widowmine drop, and hopefully this time Drogo to weak reacted. Oh god! A late pull. Did you pull away nonetheless? We're going to be borrowing here, and it looks like we will connect with some Stalkers, even though we sniped the observer. Very nicely done here by Cuckoo. Do we have a backup observer? We do. A little bit busy, though, a little bit distracted. Focusing down that medevac. We do have another observer on the way. Will we reset? It looks like we will not. It's going to be close. Going to be very close, and maybe one of these Widowmines will. Oh, nice blink though, nice dodge. As the Widowmines have finally been cleaned up, but they have paid for themselves. 11 Widowmines for 35 probes, and throughout all of that, because Drogo was stuck at home defending, Cuckoo, he was able to get his third up and running. Tank counts getting higher and higher. Ghoster on the way, 1-1, finishing up. Cuckoo, he has momentum. And he's pushing. He's pushing right through the center. And Drogo doesn't see this until now. Stalkers do get eyes on this. Very late scout, late reaction out of Drogo. He does pull back. He's at least trying to. Never goes off. Oh. Takes out a Marauder. Looking at the upgrades, we do not have Disable, only anti-armor missile and auto turrets. Upon seeing the army, we're going to be backing off. I do think that Cuckoo can take a fight. 100%. I do think he can take a fight, but he doesn't want to risk it. He's going to pull back, getting a fourth. 2-2. I can't believe we're going for another mine drop. They just don't stop. Double jump into the main base, forcing a recall, a bit of an overreaction. Colossi, they do rock up at the same time, mine drop towards the third, but we have a cannon, we have detection. And we will clean this up. One Widowmine borrows at the natural. Shot goes off, killing a Stalker. That could have been so much worse. This Cuckoo is pushing. It's going to be pushing towards the left-hand side. The double drop does unload here, going for the fourth. And Drogo. Recall is on cooldown, bear that in mind. The army get dragged out of position and Cuckoo dives straight onto the third. This Nexus will fall, there's no saving it. Storm isn't done, we don't know that to be fair, but if we did, then we can just dive on this army. EMP grazes one of the High Templar. Solid snipe. Forcing an Archon. You know, we still have that double drop towards the north. Oh, Cuckoo's going to be stimming his way back home. Pretty big stim here on the army. Does need time to recover. Double drop tries to come back in, but Drogo in position. This will reflect the army of Cuckoo. And Cuckoo still has a massive advantage, but there is a world where Drogo can come back. That is a world where we land with Storms. Storm is just now finishing. We have Disruptors on the way. If we can land like the most perfect Purification Novas and Storms as well, we can maybe take a fight. But like the stars have to align. Everything has to go in favor of Drogo because Cuckoo is maxed. He is up 50 supply. Oh boy. The other added thing, of course, is that Drogo, if he does fight back at home, he will have Overcharge. He will have an Overcharge available alongside cannons and shield battery support. Regular shield battery support. What's concerning is that we only have one shield battery per base, which doesn't seem like a lot. Doesn't seem like enough. Tanks will be sieging. Vikings are pulling together. You do force a blink. Nice feedback. Here we go, Drogo. He wants to try to break this position. He's going to be collapsing on in. Never goes off. Big connection. Big connection with the Purification Nova. Cuckoo does have to retreat. There we go. Big EMPs here on the army. Okay, it does force back the Colossi. With that, Cuckoo, he takes a fight. Now we're building up that Disruptor count. We're getting there. Cuckoo backing up for a moment, does scan, does get eyes on the now rebuilt Nexus. He doesn't like it. Doesn't want that base to be rebuilt. Going for a triple drop towards the left-hand side. And building up his army in between his bases, getting a 5th and a 6th CC. Here we go as Drogo moves out. We expose the Nexus once again. No scouting, no vision. And Cuckoo will get on top of the Nexus. Can he focus it down in time? Up, up. Looks like we barely will. Sniper medevac, but only one. Meanwhile, a double drop towards the north. Do we have a recall? We do! We do have a recall available. We're gonna have to get the hell out of there. But damage was done. Cuckoo's still with a supply lead. Still wants to take advantage of that, I'm sure. There we go. So we are moving out. Now, Drogo is slowly catching up in supply. Remember, at one point he was down 50 supply. Now, a little bit less so. He's on how many Colossi? 2 Colossi, 4 Disruptors. Again, those Novas, that is what we have to rely on. Cuckoo aware of that, going for a second Starport and the Liberator range. He's getting ready for Libs. Hiding well against these Elves. First Nova goes off. We have 2 more behind this. We got one of the Colossus. Nova looks like will connect. Big connections. Oh my god. But despite that, Cuckoo, he still has supply on his side. Still snowballs out of control. Shuts down the Gateway Army. Getting on top of the Disruptors as well. Vikings, they land. And it looks like Cuckoo, he has broken through. The main army of Drogo crumbles. GG gets called. And Cuckoo ties up the series 1-1. GG. Oh my god. And we are going all the way to the ace match. We are going the distance. Just make sure everything's okay. But we are going all the way to game number 3. Gonna be actually on hard lead. Let's go. It all ends on one of the smaller maps in the map pool, a very short rush distance by ground. We'll see if anyone wants to be the aggressor. We'll see if anyone wants to take advantage of the map. One moment. Oh boy, okay. My apologies. We're loading into the final game, game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of hard lead, we have the French Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Alter. It is Petit Drogo. And in the top left, we have as opponent, we have the Romanian Terran, the red Terran player representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. My food may have arrived, and I may have to quickly go and get it. But before that does happen, we're easing ourselves into this Cuckoo. We've had enough of these double gas openers, even though, to be fair, we were able to take game number 1. We are going for that low ground CC, something more economic this time from Cuckoo. Meanwhile, SCV Scout comes in, just getting an eye and getting a read on what Drogo is up to as well. Just getting a read of things. There it is. We do have the CC on the low ground, and marine production has commenced. And I'm curious, actually, are we for the first time going to go for something like 3 racks? Let's see. Oh, no, never mind. Factory is on the way. Going to be shooing away this Adept, and yeah, so interesting. For the first time this series, Cuckoo avoids the Reaper, essentially. He avoids the Reaper getting into early marine production. This is why I was like, hold up, are we going to go for 3 racks or something more committed bio-wise? But as we can see, is still going for those factories as a follow-up. And I mean, in that last game, the Widowmines were the MVPs. They killed, what was that, 34 pro? That was crazy what they were able to accomplish in the end. We'll see if Cuckoo can replicate that. Meanwhile, we do have a Twilight Council opener here out of Drogo. CC was misplaced because of the probe that was harassing, but is going to be landed at a location. The army is going to be forced back. Oh, actually going into Cyclones. Meanwhile, we do cut up the army here with the depot. Quick moves out of Cuckoo. Takes down the Adept. Was locked in. And we are getting into our 1-1-1. I appreciate going into Cyclones initially instead of Hellions. This is just a more, I guess a more aggressive way to open up. Is a way to shut down early game gateway units. Getting into a 3-1-1 setup very quickly thereafter. Meanwhile, behind this, Drogo going for a 2-gate blink into a third. Third Nexus is on the way. Again, only 2 gateways, so a very economic opener here out of Drogo. Just a very safe and secure way to take a third. He would be vulnerable against something like a 2-base all-in. And Cuckoo is actually going to be taking a fourth Rax. This is quite committed. Okay. Cuckoo building himself up. With this, this could just be a straight up 2-base all-in. We could end up pulling the boys with this as well. Still going to take a while to get going, but yeah, we're going to have a pretty solid tank count very early on. Observer going to be dipping in between the bases. Gets eyes on the production. Again, we don't usually get a 4th Rax this early on. Did we see it? Drogo didn't actually. So Drogo doesn't have all the information he needs. Liberator production starting very early on. And we're pushing. The boys are being pulled. We barely have any boys to pull, by the way. Cutting workers really early on at 25. And here we go. Straight up 2-base all-in out of Cuckoo. We mentioned before that Drogo was quite greedy with his playstyle here. Now we have a massive gateway explosion. But it's going to take a while for charge to kick in, and I'm worried for him. Here we go. Liberator into the main base. Main army pushing right through the center. We do have plenty of Blink Stalkers. This Liberator should go down. It doesn't trade well. But the goal here for Cuckoo is to lay siege upon the production. The first tank is within range. We have bunkers on the way as well. And we're actually within range of the Robo. What can these Stalkers do? They cannot engage. Not like this. Robo goes down. The gateway as well. Now, we do have plenty of gateways to work with, so not the biggest of deals, but without a Robo, no more Immortals. No Immortals. The Colossi weren't working towards Colossi anyway. But you can see Cuckoo just leapfrogging forward. Takes down the shield battery. The slow lots, they cannot touch this. Zealot's going to be going down, and this may just be too much to Blink Stalkers. They try to keep up. Now, Cuckoo doesn't have stim. Bear that in mind. These Marines are only designed to protect the tanks. They add some DPS. Nexus is going to be going down. The probes as well. Charge is about to finish, but do we have enough? We're actually going to be recalling. Recalling to keep the economy up and running. The Archon finishes up just in time. The Marines take a lot of hits, but the Archon goes down. Charge is done. We're running out of Marines. And Drogo, can he barely clean this up? Oh my god, he's being forced back. And the tanks, they should be able to siege up here. They're going for the Artosis pylon. The boys are being pulled. Massive depowering of these gateways. But the boys are being pulled. The tanks are under fire, and we're down to 1 tank left. 1 tank remains. Sorry, 0 tanks remain. And at the same time, Zealots are wreaking havoc in the main base. The rest of the boys are being pulled across the map. GG gets called, and Drogo holds. Oh my god. GG Drogo, he gets across the map. He forces the all-in. Cleans up the tanks, and Drogo will take the series at 2-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations. I apologize for not updating the UI in game. I was distracted. Did have a call at the start of the game, so wasn't able to update. But GG, Drogo will take it 2-1. But that was so close as well. Oh my god. Again, things were looking so good for Cuckoo initially when he took control of the natural. Pushing up the ramp though, he lost every single marine. Every single marine went down. It was so big actually that the Archon finished. That Archon only got one shot off, but it was a big volley on the marines and did soften them up so much as well. And Cuckoo just didn't really find the room to be able to siege up in the main base. There's a world actually, now that I think about it. If Cuckoo had pulled more SCVs, I mean, he barely had any to begin with, but if he had just a little bit more there to buffer, to give himself some room to siege up those tanks, could have been a different game, but alas, did run out of steam. Drogo was able to pick him apart, and GG, well played. Congratulations to Drogo for taking the series, and yeah, that was intense. Did go the distance. And with that, we have wrapped up our Night of StarCraft. It was a long one. It was how many hours? 5 hours here. 5 hours from 5 hours from the get-go here. 8 matches, 8 best of 3s. Back to back to back. And as we do switch our scenes over, we can have a look at our road here, have a look at our matches from the top. From the top, we had Showdown versus Cuckoo, which again, Cuckoo was able to take his first series of the night, looking quite strong against Showdown. Ooh, and I mean, I guess that kind of alluded to his series against Drogo later on, where they did go to the ace match. Likewise, we had Clem and Lambo also actually bleeding a little bit, not looking unstoppable against their respective opponents. Australia was able to take a game, Showdown as well. A lot of ace matches, a lot of game 3s here in the second half of the night. Meanwhile, the first half likewise was quite back and forth as well. We had Lambo versus Drogo, Lambo versus Australia. The PvP that we had earlier as well, which again was quite chaotic, and then Clem looking dominant against Lambo in his earlier TVZ. So yeah, quite a night full of matches. A lot of really high quality matches as well. Had a lot of fun. Happy to see that it all ended in just a 2-ace all-in out of Cuckoo. It was wild. It was crazy. But in the end, it was not enough to bring Drogo down. And that is Group B. That is Group B in the books. We casted Group A a couple of weeks ago. It's been, I think it was like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago at this point. Now we finally wrapped up Group B. And in the coming days, we're going to be going over Group C and Group D as well. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. But for now, again, congratulations to our players that did, of course, advance out. And our next broadcast is going to be the KSL. We have a pretty busy weekend, actually. Oh my god. We've got a lot of StarCraft going on, as we always do. Tomorrow we are going to be covering the KSL at, I believe, around 1 p.m. KST, followed by GPO. Grand Platypus Open is going to be following KSL only a couple of hours afterwards. So back-to-back broadcasts tomorrow. And we have a replay cast on Sunday. I mentioned before that we did miss out on ESL Open Cup Americas just because we missed out on ESL Open Cup Americas just because we were busy covering Masters Coliseum on Tuesday. So we do have the replays available, and we will be covering ESL Open Cup Americas on Sunday via replays. Via those replays. Ooh, so yeah, every day we have something to cast. On days that we have off, like today, we're going to be going over and catching up with some of the replays that we did miss during some of these big events. So join us if you missed them as well. Join us, man. What did I come back to? Oh, nonsense, Bobby, nonsense. It was beautiful. TVP. But yeah, with that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Hope you all got introduced to some of these other players, some of these more lesser known players. Like we barely get to cast Cuckoo. Like Cuckoo, we only get to cover him during OC King of the Hill, for example. Like, he's not the most active of players, like in Sparkling Toon Cup and stuff like that, so always great to cover some more Cuckoo. Same with Drogo. I mentioned before, Drogo is more of a part-time player, so it's always a lot of fun to cover some more Drogo action whenever we can. GG. GG, well played. But again, with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the night. Again, we're going to be coming back here tomorrow with KSL and with GPO, so be sure to tune into that. It's going to be the final Korean StarCraft League of the year and the final Grand Platypus Open of the year as well. So some pretty big events, some pretty momentous occasions for ourselves, for Chicken Man, for Dave Testa, for all the tournament organizers out there. We're kind of wrapping up 2023 and getting into the new year, 2024. We're almost there. We are almost there, and I hope everyone has a great weekend and a happy new year. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support, and stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to raid. Not too sure who. I see Forjumi is streaming, Hero Marine, Showtime, Ragnarok, Shin is streaming. We'll find someone. So stick around, give them a chance, give them some love, give them some support. We'll see you guys soon. See you guys later. Hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego.